never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Iowa Republican Senator Chuck Grassley is asking the FBI to find evidence of criminal activity in the Biden family's foreign business deals. Senator Grassley's office saying investigative staff has reviewed FBI records. The Iowa senator is specifically looking for Biden business deals connected with the communist Chinese regime. More than 9 million Americans could be losing out on money by not filing a federal tax return for 2021. The IRS started sending letters to those individuals and families who could miss out on payments through tax credits last week. That includes the last round of stimulus checks, child tax credits for up to $3,600 per child, and earned income tax credits. The Biden administration wants to make it easier to apply for student loan forgiveness.
This is a game changer for millions of Americans. We get moving. And it took an incredible amount of effort to get this website done in such a short time.
Speaking at the White House, President Biden announced the launch of the new studentaid.gov portal where millions of Americans eligible can apply to get their student loan debt canceled. Russia's unprovoked war on Ukraine continues. From the USA Radio News West Coast News Bureau, Lance Pry has the story.
Kyiv was hit by multiple explosions Monday that Ukrainian officials say were caused by Iranian drones fired by Russian forces. Russian President Vladimir Putin's forces stepped up attacks last week as he ordered a missile bombardment of Kyiv and cities across Ukraine, hitting infrastructure and residential areas. The United States promised advanced air defense systems and to give $725 million in additional defense aid to Ukraine.
Thanks for listening. We are USA Radio News.
If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in taxes, please listen to this important message. The IRS is aggressively hiring and quickly ramping up their tax collection team. Act now and protect yourself with a call to Tax Alliance. Don't let the money you owe the IRS keep you up at night and ruin your life. You may be surprised at how much having Tax Alliance on your side can protect you from the IRS collections and help you save thousands on what you owe. Here's what a customer had to say.
Tax Alliance did an amazing job helping me through a quite difficult situation. saving me tens and thousands of dollars that I would have been paying for many years to come.
Tax Alliance is rated A+ with a Better Business Bureau with no consumer complaints. If you owe the IRS at least $10,000 or more in back taxes, have unfiled returns, or have a payment plan and are still frustrated, call Tax Alliance now for a free consultation. 800-987-1097. 800-987-1097. That's 800-987-1097.
Tax Alliance, your tax resolution solution.
The Supreme Court is hearing the case of a Denver artist and business owner accused of violating Colorado's anti-discrimination law by stating on her website that she will deny wedding services to same-sex couples because of her Christian beliefs. Artist Lori Smith tells Fox and Friends First more about her case.
I'm a designer and I want to design for weddings, but Colorado is censoring my speech. So I'm grateful that the United States Supreme Court is going to hear my case and hopefully weigh in to protect the right to speak freely for all Americans.
Those who violate the Colorado Anti-Discrimination Act can be fined up to $500 for each offense. Supporters of the law say it prevents discrimination by business owners. Rapper Ye, formerly known as Kanye West, is delving into the digital market by acquiring social media company Parler. Parliament Technologies CEO George Farmer says Ye came after them after he was booted off Twitter and Instagram.
He said that free speech is an inalienable right. You know, free speech is something that we all must strive towards. He's very excited about this.
Ye's accounts were recently disabled over anti-Semitic posts. Nevada Democratic lawmakers are considering a ban on the sale of gasoline-powered cars by 2035. The state lawmakers want to pass legislation similar to California's. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-631-9123. 800-631-9123. That's 800-631-9123.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, let's do this. Bird. Cold. What's going on? 37 degrees. 37 outside the secret bunker at this hour. Yeah, we did actually see a few sprinkles, a few snowflakes in the mix for a Monday. All right, we'll close out a Monday and work our way respectively, time zone to time zone, into a Tuesday. As Deborah likes to say, a terrific Tuesday. Hopefully that's the case. 18th day of October. So I hope your week's off to a good start. I know it's off to a chilly start, and I know some of you have been driving in the snow. They were talking about maybe some lake effect snows, and indeed we saw that, a band of snow coming off the lake in northern Indiana. Actually had winter weather advisories. It's still in place for about another hour. The snow should be winding down, but yeah, there were a handful of counties up there in northern Indiana. The areas from, you got to get a little inland off the lake from, say, Benton Harbor, Michigan, on up into South Bend, Indiana, to Warsaw, Indiana. Not quite over to Fort Wayne, but yeah, winter weather advisories down to almost to Marion, Indiana. That's a zone where we saw 3, maybe 4 inches of snow through the evening hours. Yeah, still some light snow coming down. So look at the radar scene. Obviously, temperatures right there, borderline. Radar is indicating some snow showers down in southwest Ohio. I think a lot of it's not reaching the ground. It's up in the atmosphere, but you see that line stretching up through Indianapolis to Lafayette, Indiana. You got a mixed bag. A little bit of rain, a few flakes of snow mixed in there. Matter of fact, Deborah messaged me a few minutes ago. 35, kind of a rainy, snowy night. Central Indiana. I'm not ready for the snow yet, but I hope everybody stays safe out there today, especially my special Walmart driver, the Woodpecker. Glad to hear you enjoyed your dinner on Saturday. Everybody have a terrific Tuesday. There you go. So a little rain mixed in with some snow, but what we're really noticing is the cold, this shot of unseasonably cold air headed for the Mid-South. Overnight lows going to be near to below freezing. Yeah, Tuesday night and Wednesday night. It's coming in off the Great Lakes now, but it's going to be amazing how deep into the South we're going to see some of this cold. Yeah, the time frame today through Thursday morning looks to be most frigid in the South. Residents of Nashville, Tennessee to Birmingham, Alabama, you're going to be waking up to lows near or maybe a few degrees below freezing each morning. As we make our way through a Tuesday, that cold front's diving southward. Colder air arriving along all the way down to the Gulf Coast from the Florida Panhandle to far eastern Texas. But the most significant blast of the chilly Canadian air a bit further inland, away from the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico. Yeah, that'll temper the extreme chill closer to the coast. But yeah, this round of wintry temperatures should be noteworthy for taking place so soon after a stretch of exceptional heat that has been blazing some of the very same parts of the country about this time a month ago. We're now talking about locations rather than challenging record highs, maybe challenging daily record lows in the next several mornings. To put this into perspective, many of these places had highs in the upper 90s and triple-digit highs just less than a month ago. Indeed, Nashville, Tennessee set a daily record high of 99 and 100 on September 20th and 21st. That latter was the latest 100-degree day on record by a full 10 days. As this front progresses, the core of the winter-like chill takes a bit longer to press further into the south. Cities like Jackson, Mississippi, and Baton Rouge, but both of those cities will approach your daily record lows in the low to middle 30s by Wednesday morning. Closer to the Gulf Coast, Mobile, Alabama, Tallahassee, Florida, the warm waters will help moderate the air by a few degrees there. Temperatures likely to remain above the freezing mark, but low temperatures in the mid to upper 30s are forecast that far to the south. This could come at a price, as any late-season crops will risk being damaged, especially where the farmers are simply not used to having to protect their crops from a freeze this early in the season. Anyone on the fringes of the freezing temperatures with sensitive outdoor vegetation needs to be taking precautions, covering the plants or bringing them in if possible. As this broad disturbance lifts into Canada and that front pushes well off the coast, high pressure begins to build into the region. Temperatures rebound several degrees by Thursday, and we should be back closer to average by Friday. But you can see the well-defined circulation around this low-pressure system, I'd say centered up somewhere between, say, London and Toronto, Ontario tonight. And around that, we see some of those bands, the cold air, crossing the lakes. Indeed, a band of pretty decent snow northeast of Cleveland, between, say, Cleveland and Erie, PA, right along the Ohio-Pennsylvania line. A little bit of snow coming off the lakes there tonight. Meanwhile, those freeze warnings all the way down into nearly central Alabama tonight. So we can go out west from, say, just east of Denver, that swath all the way over into central Pennsylvania with freeze warnings in place. Well, yes, indeed. A lot of folks woke up to a surprise Monday morning. The snow was piling up on the UP of Michigan, as well as northern Wisconsin. Flakes were seen in parts of northern Indiana, northwest Ohio. Ironwood, Michigan, picked up nearly 8 inches of snow through Monday afternoon. Wow. The forecasted to take between 10 to 15 inches of snow through the remainder of Monday evening. We've got this pronounced dip in the jet stream that's going to pivot eastward into midweek, and that's allowing that cold air to penetrate much further to the south, as we were just describing. Some snowflakes. You may see some flakes Monday night into Tuesday morning in the eastern Great Lakes region, the central Appalachians. There's a band of heavy snow that may develop in northern Indiana, where the clinging nature of the snow on the trees, with a lot of foliage still left, could bring down power lines. Syracuse, Indiana, we saw a mix of rain and snow that brought down trees and power lines this past evening. Over 6,000 customers without power, according to Power Outage US. It may take until later Tuesday before it snows with enough persistence to cover the ground in some areas of the central Appalachians, but don't expect a lot of snow anywhere from the shores of Lake Erie and Lake Ontario to the mountains in West Virginia, western Maryland, Pennsylvania. Outside of the higher elevations, temperatures may not even dip below freezing. But over the higher terrain, yes, a general coating to maybe an inch or two of snow with some locally higher amounts are possible, primarily on the non-paved surfaces. And we're looking toward Tuesday night, Wednesday morning for that region. But this upcoming accumulating snow over the interior Northeast is a little sooner than average. It'd be more typical for the region for around Halloween rather than the middle portions of the month here. Winds may not be nearly as strong as those experienced during a major storm or after the passage of the powerful cold front that are more common, say, in November. But yeah, this week, New York City and many other locations will experience some of the lowest temperatures since back late last April or early in the spring. You're going to dip to near 40 degrees in the Big Apple later this morning. Yeah, last time it was that cold in New York City was back in late April of this year. You factor in the wind, it's going to feel like it's in the 30s Tuesday morning. From Washington, D.C. to New York City, temperatures may not rise much during the afternoon. As the cold air shifts eastward, another step down in temperatures, probably by Wednesday morning. From Wednesday to Friday, the dip in the jet stream will ease a bit and begin retreating northward back toward Canada. But while overall temperatures will begin to trend warmer, it's still going to be some freezing nights over the interior Northeast and breezy conditions adding to that chill in the air during the daylight hours. Looks like a pretty significant flip in the weather pattern by this weekend into next week after this outbreak of the cold air. Yeah, much of the southeastern half of the country is going to trend a bit warmer. Yeah, the colder air dips southward in the west portions of the country as we head toward that final week of October. We'll delve a bit more into that coming up because it's almost like a tale of two sides of the country. With all these freezing conditions in the east, you've actually been experiencing near record high temperatures there in the Pacific Northwest. 80s and 90 plus degrees you've been looking at. Yeah, that trend is going to be flipping later this week. More on that coming up here. We are underway on a Tuesday morning. We'll get to some of our friends checking in via YouTube and Facebook this early Tuesday morning. They're calling it some bonus baseball. The divisional series between the Guardians and the Yankees, which was scheduled to be played this past evening. Yeah, the winner take all as those two teams are tied at 2 games apiece. Rained out again, another rain out. So the momentum has kind of shifted back into New York's favor, despite waiting an extra day for the series finale. As the Yankees forced the American League Division Series back to the Bronx for this winner-takes-all Game 5, which is now rescheduled for Tuesday afternoon. Again, rained out Monday night, 4 o'clock start time this afternoon. Yeah, Cleveland has kind of thrived in the underdog role. The Yankees have dominated at home this season. Yankees at home, 57 wins to 24 losses. So, again, it's in the odds are in the Yankees' favor. Guardians knew the odds were stacked against them. Coming into the year, they're hoping to prove they're capable of more than anyone imagined with their first trip to the American League Championship Series. But they've got to win tonight's game first to move on. So, big game comes your way later today. I think they're saying this is, I don't know, the first time that you're actually going to have a divisional series and then the kickoff of the championship series, which is going to be the National League Championship Series, the game between the Padres and the Phillies. That'll be the National League Championship Series game number 1 that will be played 8 o'clock Tuesday evening. So bonus baseball for a Tuesday, 4 o'clock, Cleveland versus New York, 8 o'clock, Philadelphia versus San Diego. 2 different series overlapping one another here for the 18th day of October. It's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed. That's our number, and lines available. And meanwhile, we closed out week number 6 in the NFL as the Chargers actually at one point had a double-digit deficit, but come back to beat the Broncos. So Chargers over the Broncos, the rivals there, to wrap up week number 6 in the NFL. Hello to Philly Dan on board, right out of the box there. He gets his first comment in before we hit the midnight hour. Philly Dan, proud member of the LGB FJB community. Stay safe, and God bless the Rambler. Heavy D, Morning Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Everybody stay safe out there. Keep on trucking. Timothy, good morning, good afternoon. Hammer down and be safe. There's Larry on board. Tank, good morning, Steve. A nice 56 degrees here in Winslow, Arizona, as we roll west to Fontana. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Gilligan gets his week started. Good morning, Steve, and fellow listeners. Got a clear, breezy night. 45 degrees in Ironton, Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Yeah, you're going to notice, those winds. The winds have been howling outside the bunker this evening. Hear stuff clanking around out there. The wind chimes are singing. Richard says, good morning from Central Florida, 73 degrees. Hello to Steve and all the listeners out there. Hey, I'll trade you a 37 for a 73. Let's flip things around there. Dipsy Driver, morning, Steve, and the best informed audience out there. 39 degrees at this hour. Only got to warm to a big-time 41 degrees with mixed precipitation in our forecast this afternoon. Thank you to all the drivers, the first responders, the farmers, and our military out there. Good to have you with us. Dipsy Driver 57, copy the mail. Let's see. Briefly saying hello, John Ferguson. It's Betty Bye time. Cold night, windy night, lightning and flurries in the last 10 minutes in northeastern Pennsylvania. That's an interesting combo, right? Lightning and flurries. Outlaw gas-powered cars. That's real intelligent. These clowns have got to go. They have been totally stripped of any right to even think anymore. Talking about the news break there, talking about, no more internal combustion engine by the year 2030, right? Gerald's, I sent you an email. No more COVID emergency for the hours of service. Yes, I've got that before me. That's one of our top industry headlines. One emergency declaration goes away. Meanwhile, another emergency declaration for Oklahoma actually on the same day kicks in there. So we'll get to that in our industry headlines coming up here. Captain Ron will be checking in out of the box on the phone lines at 844-844-3388. Hello to Miss Millie. Morning, Steve, and all the crew. 35 degrees in my part of Kentucky tonight. Yeah, we've seen a few flurries, a little bit of sleet. I hate winter. I love the things President Trump did for our country, though. Hello, Pappy. 37 degrees in Harrison, Ohio. Calling for a high of a whopping 46 degrees Tuesday afternoon. And yes, I've noticed, yes, the leaves are changing and fast. You notice how quickly a tree across the street went from green to, a bright yellow in like 2 days' time after we had that frost the other night. Let it roll, everybody. Be safe out there. All right. Good morning, Pappy. 38 degrees right now in Northwest Tennessee. There's Donna on board. Howdy from the Eskimo Mom from the Home 20. Last night off before going back to the grindstone Tuesday night. I'm trying not to curse as I see that white stuff spitting outside. 35 degrees. Yeah, it's enough to make you want to cuss, ain't it? There you go. Hello to Roy. I think there's a few flakes flying near Schaumburg, Illinois tonight. Hello to Steve and all the listeners out there. I listen in from the Home 20 in Alamo City, where it's a cool 65 degrees. Remember to vote Republican, either early or in November. Let's get our country back on track. Yes, indeed. The countdown is on. Election day just around the corner. And happy birthday to the princess. Yes, today, 18th of October. Back in a moment.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Iowa Republican Senator Chuck Grassley is asking the FBI to find evidence of criminal activity in the Biden family's foreign business deals. Senator Grassley's office saying investigative staff has reviewed FBI records. The Iowa senator is specifically looking for Biden business deals connected with the communist Chinese regime. More than 9 million Americans could be losing out on money by not filing a federal tax return for 2021. The IRS started sending letters to those individuals and families who could miss out on payments through tax credits last week. That includes the last round of stimulus checks, child tax credits for up to $3,600 per child, and earned income tax credits. Wall Street giving the thumbs up to Monday at the closing bell, the Dow gaining 550 points. USA Radio News.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
Come on, one more rep. You got this.
10.
There it is. Nice work, man. You're a beast.
Thanks, man. I feel better than I have in years. And I got to tell you, taking Nugenix makes a huge difference for me.
Nugenix? That's the testosterone booster with TV ads with Frank Thomas. The big hurt, right?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is Testofen, which helps boost free testosterone levels and increase lean muscle mass.
Well, it's clearly working for you. Hey, are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try for themselves?
Yeah, Nugenix is a great way to increase lean muscle and feel stronger with more energy and endurance.
Man, I need to get a complimentary bottle of Nugenix.
No problem. You just got to send them a text. Text GRIT to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix, the #1 selling free testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help get you back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text GRIT to 321-321. That's GRIT to 321-321.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, yes, indeed. It is 844-844-3388. Yeah, and Timothy said, happy birthday to the better half, Miss Lisa. Yes, a.k.a. the Princess. Born this day in 1962. Not going to tell you how old she is or anything. It's a big one. It's a big birthday. Buckwheat here. Just wanted to say that Clindo cleaner, 101 uses, is great stuff. Yeah, the Clindo. I've got that on display here on the little counter here. The all-purpose cleaner, 101 uses, guaranteed to clean your windows streak-free. It's really good stuff. It's another product from our parent company, Gold Eagle. If you go to the website, goldeagle.com, that's the manufacturer of the Staybill products we've been telling you about for several weeks now. It's that time of year, winterize. Yeah, the cold air's coming in, putting that equipment in the garage, going to be storing it for the long winter months ahead. GoldEagle.com, where you'll get 15% off your entire order with the coupon code or the checkout code Overnight Drive, just like we have for the Hot Shot Secret products. So you can order your Staybill products to winterize, get you a couple of cans of that Clindo. Thanks for checking in there, Buckwheat. I said the windows in my vehicles have never been cleaner. The dash doesn't seem to attract the dust. Not sure if that all makes sense, but I'm impressed. Thanks for trying it out. There you go. Hello to Keith checking in this morning. Good morning to the truckers out there. Crazy Ray from West Michigan checking in with 38 degrees at this hour. Table Scrap says, good morning, Steve. Any more info on the ELD exemption with the gliders and the older trucks? I've not heard much. Anyway, have a great show. You know, I'm trying to recall. I'll have to do a double check. I believe the comment period is still ongoing. That was the FMCSA asking for the truckers and the industry's opinion on what direction they should go. Should we require those pre-2000 year engines to have the ELD and all that stuff? The comments, I believe, are ongoing there. But I'll double check for you on that. Daniel checks in. Good morning. 39 degrees by Baker, Montana tonight. Highway 12. Meads checks in. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive listeners. Delivered my load this morning. The rates coming out of Florida are ridiculous. So I'm looking elsewhere, maybe Georgia or the Carolinas, to get back home to Idaho. Everybody stay safe out there. Oh, and by the way, the colonoscopy went well. I don't have to go back for 5 years, and go Padres. There you go, a Padres fan in the mix out there. That'll get underway later on this evening, right? Padres, Phillies tonight. Morning, Captain Ron. What's happening?
Morning, Mr. Sommers. Happy birthday to the better half.
Yes, indeed.
So then you and her could get some his and hers Crocs. Couldn't you? Since you're old enough now.
I saw your dress-up Crocs over the weekend. I didn't realize you were a big. You're Captain Ron's from Florida. I didn't realize you were a Michigan fan.
Yeah, I moved down from. I lived outside of Ann Arbor in Ypsilanti. I left there 10 years ago and moved down to Florida.
Gotcha.
But I used to watch Brady when he was quarterback at U of M.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the things that's been grinding my goat lately for a couple days is our judicial system is jacked up. Wouldn't you say?
Absolutely.
So, what would one have to do to get the death penalty? I mean, it would be a pretty big crime, a murder or something like that, right?
I mean, hell, last week you had your guy there in Florida, right? That 17 murders, and he didn't even get the death penalty.
Right. Well, that's what's been grinding my goat here lately. Is he killed 14 kids and 3 adults, and he just got a life sentence.
Life without parole,
And
supposedly.
Yeah, what's the purpose of the death penalty? I mean, if you're not going to use it for that, what's the use of even having it?
Right.
I don't know how much more worse you can do. And to not rub it in at 73 when I was rolling through Dean Bat's Gator country there through Gainesville. Fuel prices down here are like, I don't know, $5.55 is what I've been seeing up and down 75.
Mm-hmm.
But whoever commented that the Florida rates were really cheap, they've been really cheap for 30 years leaving Florida. That's why a lot of people don't come down to Florida.
I mean,
they have to go back up to Georgia.
I mean, we were talking about, right in the aftermath of Ian, I guess you got all kind of like Amazon distribution centers. I guess most of that probably leaves the state via the Amazon Prime planes, right, headed elsewhere around the country. So, I mean, what do you have to ship out?
I don't know.
Oranges, grapefruits, other fruits and vegetables. I mean, if it's not harvest season, there's not a whole lot coming out of there.
Right. Yeah, I see there's Amazon trucks that, I don't know what the deal is, but they pass me going each direction. I don't know, and I don't know who's doing it. But I don't know whose contract. It looks like it's owner-operators doing it, so I don't know if they're doing it through a broker or what, but I've been saying for years you need to be pulling for Amazon to have a steady job, I would think. I don't know. I don't feel safe in mine. I haul paint, but it's not as busy as you would think it would be.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, that's about all I got for tonight. So, that bleak that Always Moving was talking about, is that like a traveling deal, or is that like a Cincinnati thing?
Honestly, I would think for as much as they do, it would have to go to other cities. Because I mean, it's like
That sounds like it's
30 blocks that they have 100 different areas that they're lighting up buildings and things. So, yeah, I would think they go different cities around the country.
that sounded like it'd be pretty cool to see.
Yep.
Well, that's all I got for tonight. Thanks for taking my call and let you find an intelligent caller.
Thank you very much, Captain Ron. We'll see what we can do. All right. So, who wants to be the intelligent caller? It is 844-844-3388. Okay, under the industry headlines, top story, I guess, would be the FMCSA that rather quietly let lapse the national hours of service exemption for the COVID pandemic. First ever national and entire country was covered by this. A move, they said, that was supported by both major trucking companies as well as the truck safety advocates. First issued in March of 2020 as the pandemic was really getting underway. The national emergency declared by the president at that time, President Trump, in response to COVID-19, which ultimately was extended and or modified over 10 times, giving drivers and carriers more flexibility to deliver shipments of livestock, medical supplies, vaccines, of course, the groceries, diesel fuel, by waiving the hours of service restrictions. The most recent extension was issued in September. It expired quietly over the weekend, Saturday, and has not been renewed. According to the new FMCSA administrator, Robin Hutchison, we evaluated the data coming back on who was using it, as well as the evaluation of the comments we had received from the last extension. And we also looked at where we are with COVID, the guidance that's been coming out as of late. All of that was behind the decision to let it expire. That counter, though, oddly enough, we just shared late last week that they, on the federal level, renewed the COVID health emergency declaration. And that was on Friday. The Department of Health and Human Services renewing their determination that a public health emergency still exists. But for the FMCSA, Hutchison said the tools we have are limited to the authorities that we have. And based on the feedback we received, we believe we made the right call. They did note in their September extension that certain cargo that was being hauled under the exemption had been steadily declining. Plus, ending the exemption was supported by both the American Trucking Associations and the Truck Safety Coalition, two rather influential groups that rarely agree on issues that come before them. While the ATA appreciated the emergency declaration throughout the early stages of the pandemic, most ATA members no longer feel that the continued relief is necessary. That was their response from the most recent extension. Now, ATA members continue to voice concerns that continued regulatory relief may be used to circumvent the hours of service regulations, or in some cases, foster abuse of the regulations. Now, in asking the FMCSA to deny another extension, the Truck Safety Coalition, they pointed to a 13% increase in deaths from truck crashes between 2020 and 2021. Now, we know that, honestly, if they would have done their due diligence, that had nothing to do with the extension of the hours of service waivers. All the information the FMCSA had as of just a few weeks ago, they could confirm that there were two trucks using the exemption. They were both propane haulers, two trucks involved in individual, only the truck, and no fatalities. So they're trying to point to an increase in truck crashes having any relationship to that emergency declaration, it does not exist. So that's a falsity that they tried to present. The FMCSA, they said, must consider the deplorable state of roadway safety when considering continued regulatory relief, specifically the unabated rise in truck crash fatalities. Now, that was their statement, but as I said, the FMCSA data says they did not see an increase in crashes related to that exemption of the hours of service. It was actually to the contrary. Now, livestock and animal feed haulers, on the other hand, which have remained exempted from the hours of service rules throughout the national emergency, were some of the biggest supporters of continuing the exemption. The agricultural shippers have been experiencing significant rail service challenges, and emergency truck freight has been indispensable in helping them to meet demand, according to the president and CEO of the National Grain and Feed Associations. Even though truck transportation capacity is tight, agriculture shippers have been forced to find extra truck freight to help fill the void where rail is either unavailable or unreliable. While the trucking industry is doing what it can to help with the rail service challenges, there's a limited amount of trucking capacity. So the emergency declaration, 2+ years, we've been dealing with that. I was kind of surprised it lasted as long as it did, but nonetheless. Now let's flip over the other side of the coin. A waiver of the requirements for certain oversized loads has kicked in Oklahoma. That is effective until November the 10th. According to the order from the governor's office, extreme drought conditions within the state necessitates this emergency for all relief efforts. Oversized loads hauling hay in support of the drought relief are provided temporary suspension of the requirements, including special permits under Title 47 of Oklahoma statutes, licensing, operating authority, licensing registration, and parts 390 to 399 pursuant to Title 49 of the FMCSA regulations. According to the order, certain provisions remain in place. Loads shall not exceed 12 feet in length or 14 feet in height. Vehicles transporting hay shall be identified with regulation oversized load signs on the front and rear. You must adhere to the provisions of the restrictions list and bridge vertical clearance maps from the DOT. Operators are responsible for maintaining safety and complying with all the other applicable regulations there. All the other regulations in CFR 49, not specifically mentioned in this order, shall remain in place. So I believe that means the hours of service, that's still in place. It's really just about, the size of the loads, trying to get the hay, to feed the livestock and whatnot, because there ain't nothing for them to eat. Now, the latest Drought Monitor Map shows Oklahoma. This year's drought ranges from severe to exceptional. Nearly 86% of the state falls in that category, either extreme or exceptional drought. Up approximately, that's up 10% from just a week ago. It looks like the northeastern and southeastern portions of the state have been the hardest hit areas, prompting the governor to sign a bill to provide $20 million to the Emergency Drought Relief Fund to assist farmers and ranchers there in the state of Oklahoma. Some of your industry headlines. All right, underway. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, Captain Ron asked the question about this past weekend. It was called the Blink Festival, an incredible light show. They haven't released attendance numbers for this year yet, but when the show was 3 years ago, Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky participated together. It was like 1.3 million people came into this town to view the Blink Festival. Yeah, I'm not finding anything depicting that it's a show that happens anywhere else around the country. Just a downtown Cincinnati kind of thing. Again, over the past weekend, Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky. Blink's reputation traveling at the speed of light and attracting visitors from great distances. People from all over the country and supposedly even some international travelers came in to witness this. It's kind of a laser and light show festival, and maybe it is a one-of-a-kind kind of thing. 3 years ago, when this was in town, it was just an amazing weekend, they said. One traveler said, as soon as I saw that they were coming back, we decided to return and bring some friends. 101 installations spanning 30 city blocks. Many visitors pick specific locations for certain days to check out the light show. But so and then of course, Always Moving also mentioned the fact that she didn't stick around for one of the highlights, kind of at the end of the evening, as they have this big drone light show in the sky. Those kind of things are becoming more and more popular at festivals around the country. But they talked to this Kimberly, who was one of the out-of-town visitors, who planned their trips to take in one of the biggest light and art installations in the country. So some of the out-of-towners were able to catch Blink as a surprise. I guess there were some people from Glasgow and Scotland who were in town visiting family that weren't even aware that this light show was going to be going on in Cincinnati. But all right, so more than 1 million, probably closer to 1.5 million visitors came to town over the past weekend. I missed it. I didn't make it down in 2019. I did not make it down this year. So will it ever come back? All right, coming up on News Break, top of the hour, just ahead here. And we'll get to your calls. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Up on a Tuesday morning. Of course, in the days leading up to Ian's landfall on Florida's Gulf Coast. Forecasters, of course, had been telling everyone, down along the Florida coast, that the impending storm surge and flooding could be among the most significant dangers of this historic storm. 2 weeks have since passed since Ian roared ashore, and the full scope of the storm surge damage is really just now coming into better focus. We'll break down a bit of what the National Weather Service teams have discovered as they've sent their teams into kind of ground zero, Fort Myers, Florida, conducting a comprehensive analysis of the damage that was caused by Ian there. Jeff Evans from the National Weather Service office in Houston was one of those who were sent in to conduct the damage surveys along Florida's Gulf Coast, trying to determine where the worst of the storm surge actually occurred there. It's all coming into play. Our number, 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The nation's central bank isn't done raising interest rates. Speaking over the weekend in Washington, D.C., President of the St. Louis Fed Reserve, James Bullard, notes rates could be raised by 0.75 percentage point in November and December. The Fed has been steadily hiking rates in a bid to fight soaring inflation. Police in California may have captured a serial killer.
The Stockton serial killer may have been captured. Police in Stockton, California are reporting that a suspect has been arrested in relation to 6 murders and 1 shooting since April of 2021. Police Chief Stanley McFadden announced that 43-year-old Wesley Brownlee was arrested while he was armed and on a mission to kill another victim. McFadden said that police followed Brownlee while he was driving early Saturday morning and determined he was out hunting. When he was arrested, a gun has been taken from the suspect. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Consumer spending is still going strong despite high inflation and recession fears. Bank of America's CEO Brian Moynihan saying he sees no slowdown in credit card use and other payment methods as consumers continue to spend freely. He cited a 10% increase in transaction volume during a conference call to discuss the bank's stronger than expected third quarter results. Republican members of a congressional oversight committee are asking the Department of Justice to investigate how a man known as Fat Leonard was able to escape from his San Diego home despite being monitored by the federal government. The man led authorities on an international manhunt before he was captured and at the moment is still being held in Venezuela. Wall Street giving the thumbs up to Monday at the closing bell, the Dow gaining 550 points. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
A 15-year-old suspect accused of carrying out a mass shooting in Raleigh, North Carolina last week is still in grave condition. ABC News spoke to law enforcement Sunday, who said the teenager is continuing to get treatment in the hospital for life-threatening injuries. He was taken into custody following a series of shootings that killed 5 people and injured 2 others. Recent polls show the margins narrowing between many midterm election candidates, with the new New York Times Siena College poll published Monday suggesting Republicans have a 4% edge on a generic congressional ballot. Tennessee Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn is not a fan of polls and believes they're not accurate.
They don't want to talk about exactly how they're going to vote because maybe they're a member of a union. Maybe they're afraid that they're being polled by people that they work for.
After regulatory changes by the Biden administration, hearing aids are being sold over the counter in certain stores beginning Monday. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says this will save many Americans thousands of dollars.
That's thousands of dollars going back into the pockets and providing a little more breathing room in their family budgets as well.
Adults with mild to moderate hearing loss are eligible and can purchase the hearing aids without a prescription, exam, or a fitting. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, welcome back. Hour number 2 underway. As we turn the page on the calendar, 18th day of October coming on. Hope your week's off to a good start. Made it through the hard part Monday. Now you're all settled in. Back to the old grind, right? Hello to Shorty this morning. Shorty says, how about those Tennessee Volunteers? Yeah, how about that? Talked a bit about that last evening. Upset win, taking down the Crimson Tide. Up to number 3 in the college football standings. A little shake-up over the weekend. Hello to Rockpick. Good morning, Steve. Truck drivers, third shift workers, and the wise old night owls out there. We got 38 degrees in Rochester, New York. Yeah, lots of us with November on our minds. And it sure feels like November. Everybody stay safe and enjoy out there. Yeah, November the 8th. That's on a lot of people's minds, no doubt. Hello to Robert. Says, hello, Mr. Sommers. Daniel checking in. Dan says, I quit using the hours of service waiver for COVID a long time ago. Yet just the way it was worded, it would get you in trouble intentionally. Most ELDs don't have a provision for hours of service waivers, so you'll automatically get a huge red flag when you're in violation of your hours of service. Next time you... All right, what makes matters worse, they wrote in there that the shippers and receivers no longer had to provide supporting documents that it was an hours of service waiver load. So guess what happens 5 months down the road when you got an inspector coming into your office and he says, you're a bad operator. Look at all these violations. And there's no way to fight it because the officer has kind of the discretion of using their own personal opinion. You can't win against the FMCSA. Dan says they don't want the single mom and pop small trucking operations around because they can't control you unless they put you out of business. All right. Then Timothy said, so now you can buy hearing aids over the counter. Anyone see a waste? Just buy earbuds. Yeah, that was one of the blurbs in the news break there just a moment ago. I didn't realize, I know that my father-in-law, before he passed away here back in 2020, he was in dire need of hearing aids, but it was, I guess, the cost they couldn't afford. Thousands of dollars, really, for hearing aids? The report, major U.S. retailers began selling lower-cost hearing aids without a prescription or a medical exam this past day. The Food and Drug Administration approved the sale of over-the-counter hearing aids, which will allow millions of Americans to buy hearing aids without seeing an audiologist, potentially saving thousands of dollars. The rules apply to hearing aids for people with mild to moderate hearing loss. They'll be available directly from the stores or online without medical exams, a prescription, or an audiologist fitting adjustment. The White House touting the announcement of major retailers that would begin offering the low-priced hearing aids, including the likes of Walgreens and Walmart, CVS starting this past day. They did say CVS will start selling lower-cost hearing aids online this past day, not in the stores until sometime next month, November. Best Buy will start selling lower-priced hearing aids online this week, and it'll be in stores by the end of this month. The National Economic Council director said that the government estimated this rule will save consumers about $2,800 per pair of hearing aids, and this could help tens of millions of Americans. Didn't realize they were that expensive. Wow. In 2017, Congress passed legislation requiring the FDA to create a category of over-the-counter hearing aids, but it was never fully implemented. In June of last year, President Biden signed a broad competition executive order that instructed the Health and Human Services Department to promote the wide availability of low-cost hearing aids. So, a tip of the hat, something that the Biden administration, I guess, did a good thing. Give credit where credit's due, I suppose, which we don't have a whole lot. Let's see, is this Dan in Montana, I believe?
Yeah, morning, Steve. Yeah, well, that waiver, we went through that audit, state and federal, where they came in our office because we kind of stepped on some toes by posting the video to the local news.
Mm-hmm.
Because during when we were supposed to quarantine and stuff for COVID, there at Forsyth, Montana, they were actually had the command center truck out there doing random paperwork checks. So we sent it to the local news back there in Montana, and they retaliated.
Really? So you're the Dan I was just talking. I was just sharing. You're the one that said, all right, so you were using that, and I guess so. You said the shippers and receivers weren't giving you any supporting documents to prove that your load was eligible.
If you look at the fine print of the one that just expired, and it's been since Joe Biden took office, they changed the original wording. So that, yeah, you had a waiver, but you still had to file it electronically. You still had to run the ELD. And they put it in there that they didn't have to have supporting documents.
Okay.
And they completely changed what President Trump originally put in there.
Interesting. I know they modified it a handful of times, and over the over the 10 changes, but
it was intentional, because if they wanted to, they just come into your office and shut you down because it was their opinion, and there was nothing you could do about it if you didn't have the money to fight them.
Wow. Okay.
And this election year is so important. I mean, for those that haven't made comments, I mean, you got to comment. You got to hold your congressman's feet to the fire, because it ain't going to get any better.
I remember at one point last year when they were when they updated, they made changes where they were actually allowing car haulers to operate under the exemption. I thought that was kind of odd. What does a car hauler have anything to do with emergency COVID relief?
It's all about control. They got the facts. They got the statistics. Clear back April 28, 2003, the FMCSA did their own study. Under the more extreme violations, the accident rate actually decreased. That's in the Federal Register, their own words. So they know that if we're allowed to sleep when we're tired and drive when we're not, we're actually safer because we're more alert. It's about control. In Congress, one of the big bottom feeder carriers that continually wrecking trucks actually stated before Congress that ELD did nothing to help their safety. In fact, they actually got worse.
That's the interesting thing, where this Truck Safety Coalition was trying to blame an increase in crashes from 2020 to 21, trying to say it was because of that hours of service waiver, when actually, no. The hours of service, those that were operating under that, I think were actually driving safer and having less accidents.
I lost 35 pounds. Because I could stop when I wanted. I could get out and I could exercise. I could eat healthier because I wasn't pushed by that 14-hour window.
Yep.
I could take the time to take care of my health and still do my job. It ain't going to get any better until they change this administration.
Well, very interesting. Well, hey, Dan, I appreciate you checking in this morning. How's your weather out in Montana? Big sky country.
Yeah, happy birthday to the princess, too.
Thank you very much. All right. I think you guys have you've been dealing with your abnormally warm temperatures out there, Pacific Northwest. Yeah, that is going to be changing, though. It's been nearly a month since the start of autumn, astronomical fall. Winter's just around the corner, but out there in the Pacific Northwest, millions. It's been feeling like summer there still. Mercury started to rise last week and persisted right through this past weekend. I mean, temperatures just shy of 90 degrees in Portland, Oregon, and Seattle. Sunday's high in Seattle topped out at 88 degrees, if you can believe that. Just 1 degree short of the all-time October record of 89, set in 1987. Yeah, Portland didn't get quite as high as they did in Seattle, but the duration of the record-setting warmth, pretty darn impressive. New daily high records were set every afternoon from last Wednesday through Sunday. Saturday was the warmest day of the bunch with 87 degrees. Portland actually tallied 12 days at or above 80 degrees here in the month of October. Yeah, you've seen some spells of abnormally warm weather in recent weeks, which have actually made the first half of October the warmest on record for parts of the Pacific Northwest. Some folks out there saying it's like the endless summer. Some folks enjoyed what might be the last of the summer-like warmth this year. Now, the Cedar Creek fire, these dry conditions and excessive warmth have the Double Creek fire, the Moose fire, the three largest that are still burning across the region. Each has burned more than 120,000 acres as of yesterday morning. The Double Creek fire, which is burning near the Oregon-Idaho border, is the largest of the three. That's been active since lightning sparked that blaze all the way back on August the 22nd, almost 2 months ago. So we continue to see the smoke from these fires across the region. Poor air quality. This past morning, the air quality was from fair to poor along the I-5 corridor, including Portland and Seattle. Air quality alerts were in place for areas west of the Cascades. That's been the ongoing trend. Well, the change is coming, though. That's the gist of this, is temperatures begin to throttle back this week. Afternoon highs will be noticeably lower compared to what you saw over the weekend, but still going to be 5 to 10 degrees above your typical mid-October levels. An even bigger shift in the weather patterns on the horizon, spelling an end to the unseasonable warmth. And you will indeed be reaching for your coats and umbrellas. A shift to a more stormy pattern toward the end of this week and into the later portions of October, which will bring multiple storm chances, likely to lead to above normal precipitation and colder than normal temperatures, and some higher elevation snow. Rounds of rain will usher in more seasonable temperatures and give some help for the crews battling those wildfires we just mentioned. All right, the upcoming stormy pattern also will bring some snow to the higher elevations in the Cascades, and that'll help lay down a base snowpack for what is expected to be a good to possibly excellent year for the ski resorts in that region of the country. All right, back to your calls ahead into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, we'll get back to your calls here in just a sec. Real quick, I wanted to throw this your way. It's the Mackinac Bridge, right? It looks like Mackinac, but Mackinac. High wind warning was issued for the Mackinac Bridge this past morning at 10:30 a.m. Central Time. Authorities were warning all motorists and truck drivers, turn on your emergency flashers, limit your speed to 20 miles per hour, use the outside lane, and exercise extreme caution. Wind speeds at several points on the bridge were being monitored throughout the day. So I did a quick check just before showtime, and the update from a little after 10:30 p.m. Of course, they're in the Central Time. Pretty much the status is the same. Currently, we are experiencing winds of sufficient force in the Straits area to issue a warning to all motorists preparing to cross the bridge. Examples of vehicles which are especially vulnerable to high winds would be pickup trucks with campers, motorhomes, vehicles pulling trailers, and enclosed semi-truck trailers. Motorists are instructed, reduce your speed to a maximum of 20 miles per hour, turn on your four-way flashers, and utilize the outside lane. Exercise appropriate caution. Now, we continue to monitor the wind speeds at various points along the structure. Additional steps will be implemented if conditions change. If you're planning to travel to the Straits area, tune your AM radio to 530 or 1610, where they've got continuous updates there on the AM dial for the bridge conditions. So just passing that your way. Is that cue ball?
Morning, Steve.
How you been, brother? It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a little bit. Been kind of caught up with a bunch of crap. You guys are just talking about the ELDs and bringing about, just talking about the whole aspect of control. I guess from my standpoint, I really don't have to get into the whole argument, as far as the ELD itself and all that, but I noticed something a while back. See, I right now drive an 84 Pete with a Caterpillar 3406B, which is full mechanical. The only computerized thing in this truck is my stereo, literally. So there is no ECM. Before I had this truck, I had a 2001 Freightliner that had an N14 Select Plus Cummins. That was an 01. The way the rule is currently is 2000 model year. It goes by the engine manufacturer number, or engine manufacturer year. So if the truck's VIN was 2000, it goes by the engine. 99, it's exempt regardless of engine. 01, it is not exempt regardless of engine. I had an 01. I sent that thing down the line. But I did have it for about 2 years or so with the PeopleNet system in it. And now that particular engine isn't like it's a 01, right? So the point is, it was by the time ELD came around, that engine was somewhat old. It was compatible with the PeopleNet. However, the information PeopleNet was looking for beyond hours of service was massive. I was just sitting around one day looking through this thing, going through the menus where most drivers don't play with this thing, to start looking at what kind of information does it want from the engine. It wants everything. It wants the amount of hot times you step on the brake. It wants the amount of even whether my headlights were on or not. It wanted all of this stuff. I literally think on a more modern truck, it'll rat you out whether you have your seatbelt on or not. I mean, it wanted so much. It wanted average speed, the time spent between, say, 50 and 60, between 60 and 70, 70 and 80, and so on and so on, right? Mm-hmm. It wanted everything. So that particular ELD that was in my 01, it didn't get that information, but if it was hooked into a more modern truck, it would have had everything. And I started wondering then, when I was looking through this, I'm like, if this is just about hours of service, why does it want to know about all this other nonsense that has nothing to do with hours of service? Back to that control factor, I started wondering. And I've been listening today, and I'm like, yeah, I think, I often wonder, like, is it more, they claim, all the so-called public safety groups are screaming about hours of service, but the government people that maybe other people lobbying behind the scenes that don't want to be talked to, maybe about, such as maybe insurance companies, maybe there's an Iggy in here that we're trying to, like, get more information without admitting that that's what they're after.
Mm-hmm.
And I often wondered that years ago, right before I sold the truck. Now, as far as the exemptions go with older electronic engines, like I say, my engine, there's no computer, there's nothing to hook it to.
Right. Well, and hold that thought, cue ball, because we got to hit that bottom of the hour news break, after which we'll return with more of your calls, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The White House is launching a portal for Americans to apply for the controversial student loan forgiveness program. Speaking from the White House, President Biden describes the program as a game changer for millions of Americans.
No forms to upload, no special login to remember. It's available in English and in Spanish on desktop and mobile. It takes less than 5 minutes.
Nebraska, Missouri, Iowa, South Carolina, Kansas, and Arkansas all sued the administration over the loan forgiveness program. Apple is expected to unveil its new iPad Pro in the next few days. Bloomberg reports the newest model will feature the M2 chip, which is used in the current MacBook Air laptop. The upgrade will give the iPad a speed boost of 20%, but it may look the same as older models. USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, jump back into it here. Tuesday morning. Good to have you on board. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. There you go. Got an email from our friends Buckeye Boy from Toms Brooks, Virginia. Now, this was several hours ago. It was still 50, heading down to about 36 tonight. I hate winter, and I hate getting up early, but that's what I got to do. It's what I had to do this morning to load, and tomorrow morning, try and do a delivery in Rhode Island. Yeah, I also do not like going into the Northeast. I did catch the podcast of last night's show today, and I'll be listening to tonight's show tomorrow. Anyway, great topics last night, especially the weather report, which I greatly value every night you're on. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Thank you very much, Buckeye Boy, who I assume is getting some rest at this hour. All right, back to cue ball. Thanks for hanging in there.
No trouble. Yeah, so as far as those, the ELDs and the whole exemption with older trucks with ECMs that are currently exempted, they're thinking about going. The other, like just to rehash, like I said, I think that they're really after more information than just hours of service.
Right.
But another avenue, let's be frank, this government's not exactly the smartest people on planet Earth. And one thing the FMCSA seems to never have is truck drivers truck drivers don't work at the FMCSA, so they really don't understand trucking, even though they're regulated. So I trying to figure out a way to word this to make it not so complicated. So originally the exemption was for 2000 and older engines because honestly, a lot of them, they kind of had to put a generic year date on it because not all engines are compatible with ELDs. So, if you spoke to my one buddy Tim Gentry over at Gentry and Sons about other stuff. He knows a guy down there in Tennessee that fixes the. You probably heard of this issue, the CPC unit that Freightliner has is real fugazi. There's like a chip that has a bad solder joint in it, and then it goes bad, and then the whole truck dies. Well, this guy fixes these things. He's very well versed in these computers with these engines. And what he was explaining on with him was that some of these engines, and I don't know my Detroits that well, at least not the modern ones, but I think with the D-Deck 2, D-Deck 3s, there's no ELDs that'll read that thing accurately, effectively to be able to run an ELD off of that particular ECM. So companies like PeopleNet or whoever else is out there would have to design a whole nother program, a whole nother possibly even hardware to be able to try to get information off these older electronic engines to even be able to run. And I don't know if there's enough of them out there to where a company would even bother with it.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say you lose the exemptions and you're running a D-Deck 2. Who the hell are you getting? There's not that many of them out there. Who are you going to find that's going to make this program and the hardware and be able to afford it? I might be wrong there, but I just don't think there's a lot of them out there to where an ELD company is going to find it profitable to go ahead and do all of that for an engine that is less than 3% of the trucking world out there now. And that's got me personally, that's got me in a little tailspin right now because I'm looking to get another truck and put a driver in it. And I'm trying to figure out what kind of truck I want to get to put a driver in. I don't really want to go as old as my truck, Orwell, but I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with the ELD, and I don't want to deal with that big ground should God forbid the government want to burn me on it, to where if they do, I might not even be able to get a unit that'll even work. So what do I do? So I guess I have to go back with go and get another dinosaur and get it get another dinosaur running basically. So I think a lot of guys are going to get burned in this. For what purpose? Like I said, if the government's own numbers and they see it, I remember when they were talking about pushing ELDs. I remember calling your program for years and years saying sometimes I wish we would just give it to them. Just give the government what it wants, and when the traffic deaths go up, when the crashes go up, we can sit there and tell you, we told you so. Although, like I also said, they'll never admit that they were wrong.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I don't even know what.
Hell, you go back a year. I mean, we were about a full year into the mandate of the ELD. And do you remember, I forget, it might have been the CVSA, whoever it was, or the FMCSA, that they tried to come out and say, no, we never pushed the ELD in the name of safety because the safety was going down, and it was because of the ELD. They tried to turn the page and say, no, we touted the ELD to mandate compliance with the regulations. It was not about safety. They came right out and lied about it.
Yeah, I remember that. And that's the whole thing, if you're trying to, it's hard to get people to wrap their mind around it because they've been dealing with this for so long, as far as the whole hours of service thing. What was it, 1932, 36, whatever the hell they originally the idea. And I remember seeing it when we were first talking about it, and I said, listen, the hours of service have been there since the 30s, but nobody ever actually followed it. Now you got solid compliance with the ELDs, and now there are traffic, accidents, deaths, all of that are getting worse.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you have your answer right there. People never understood that the average person is smart enough to figure out, I'm tired, I need to shut down. Now it's so bad that when you run out of hours, you can't park. Look at all the other problems that they never even wanted to address. I used to say, it's amazing. You get up in the morning, you sit there and wait, you play on Facebook for 3 to 4 hours, waiting for the ELD to let you go. And then towards the end of your shift, when you're starting to get tired because you pissed away 3 to 4 hours in the morning, now you got to shut down for 30 minutes because staying awake another 30 minutes is going to help you stay not asleep. Right? I mean, I purposely said it weird because it makes no logic. Staying awake longer doesn't make you less tired.
When
I might be losing you.
All right. Well, cue ball. I appreciate what you're 100% correct. It doesn't make sense, and staying awake longer doesn't make you safer. And pushing because the clock is ticking. Can't stop that 14-hour clock. And who was it last evening that said, when the next topic was the speed limiters coming down the pike next year? Go into the construction zone, set up shop and just view which trucks are in a hurry. It's 50 mile an hour in the construction zone. They got a truck that's governed at 63, and they're doing 63 through the construction zone because they gotta make up that time. They can't afford to slow it down. All right. Meanwhile, Brain Dead checks in. Hello, Brain Dead.
Hey, Steve. Yeah, I heard cue ball there, and the accidents have gone up because these drivers with ungoverned trucks, yes, they run about 80 mile an hour because they're trying to make up time. That's pretty much all it is to it. And nobody has any more patience or courtesy anymore, Steve. That's pretty much it. Like I said before, too, they get rid of that ticking clock and give some more flexibility than what there is now. You know what? It'll be a lot better. But I'm happy doing what I'm doing now. But other than that, Steve, we were talking football last night, and I told you that the game that I've got circled on my calendar for Tennessee is the Georgia game. The other game to really watch out for is for Ole Miss and Bama. Ole Miss is 7-0, Bama is 6-1. And if the season was to end today, you would see Georgia and Ole Miss playing for the National. Next weekend, Bama and Ole Miss play. Now, what happens if Ole Miss loses and Bama wins? Are they going to go by quarterback height size to settle the difference, or are they going to go to like a WWE pay-per-view match in the middle of the field? That's going to be interesting. But with Tennessee being in the top 5, they have a target on their back. Kentucky is a really good school. They've got to really step up their game. But any team can lose on any given Saturday.
True.
But did you also happen to see what happened at the Bucs-Steelers game over Sunday?
I did not get to see that. No, I think Steelers lost, though, didn't they?
I'm not for sure. But one of the Bucs players went down, and, all the team, they had to bring out that little card out there, but all the team players are huddled around the player that's down on the ground, and old Tom Brady's in the background. You see him playing catch with somebody. That kind of sends a statement out there to you. But Steve, we got the Guardians and the Yankees got postponed till tomorrow. So, who do you think's going to win that series? Tied up.
Well, I mean the odds are in favor of the Yankees. The sheer fact what was the number? They went 54 and 20 something, or 57 and 24 at home this season.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, me personally, I hope the Guardians win because it's like one of my dispatchers. He's a diehard Red Sox fan. I keep picking on him about switching sides to the Yankees. So, but other than that, Bubba Wallace in NASCAR. NASCAR's been dying for years, Steve. And the problem is that there's no rivalries anymore, Steve. I mean, I don't know how far you go back, but back in the day, we had Earnhardt and Waltrip, Earnhardt Bodine, Earnhardt and Jeff
Earnhardt
Gordon.
and everybody. Everybody was a rival with Earnhardt, right?
Yeah, I mean, you had the rivalries, but in the last 5 years, what rivalry has there been in NASCAR? Anytime there's one that's been started, it's always been quickly squashed.
Right.
That's what the fans want to see. But now they've really put themselves in the pickle because all the cars are cookie cutter, all the tracks are cookie cutter. When NASCAR was around way back when, it was, okay, let's see who can get that little bit of advantage to get ahead. There was no playoff championship. No, okay, you win the race, you're automatically in. It's who was consistently. And the reason they did that is, I don't know if you remember when Matt Kenseth won the Vegas race, I think, and was consistently in the top 5 and the top 10 all seasons and won that championship. All the other teams threw up their hands and said, "Oh, well, winning's the key." No, consistency is the key.
Mm-hmm.
That's what has got to come back. Because if you want the NASCAR fans to come back, loosen those rules up. I wouldn't mind seeing the Bubba Wallace Larson fight. I mean, yeah, it got him the wrong way, and I saw Bubba Wallace's apology, and it was just a normal blanket apology. So, but all in that, let them run. Take the gloves off. Literally, let them take the gloves off, Steve. But other than that, I'm fixing to get in here in Little Rock and do a little roll on the freights tonight, Steve. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Yeah, I did the apology from Bubba Wallace this past day. Now, and you step back and you think, all right, was he called in to the NASCAR hauler, and then was he called in by the boss and said, you've got to apologize, Bubba. That didn't look good. A lot of folks were saying he needs to be suspended. He crossed the line. He says, "I want to apologize for my actions Sunday following the on-track incident with Kyle Larson and the number 5. My behavior does not align with the core values that are shared by 23XI Racing and our partners, who've played a crucial role in my incredible journey to the top of this great sport. I want to apologize to NASCAR and the fans, along with Christopher Bell, Joe Gibbs Racing, and Toyota, for putting them in a situation in the playoffs that they do not deserve. I compete with immense passion, and with passion at times comes frustration upon reflecting I should have represented our partners and core team values better than I did by letting my frustrations follow me outside the car. You live and learn, and I intend to learn from this." Signed, Bubba Wallace. And we'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS, or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, about 9 before the hour, it is 844-3388. Here in our region of the country, they call it the Miami Valley, the tri-state region, Ohio, Indiana, Kentucky. There's no denying, they say, we are seeing some of the most vibrant fall colors in years in this region. Of course, every fall you have your oranges, your yellows, your reds and browns. But this year's color's definitely one to photograph. Yeah, why is the color so much more vivid? Well, there is a scientific answer, which is the amount of rain greatly influences how vibrant the fall color turns out each year. It's not the rain trend we're currently seeing because it's been very dry, but the rain trends through the summer. After wet summers, trees are at their healthiest and gives leaves a better setup for good fall colors. We indeed saw a wet summer, 7.91 inches of rain in August, third wettest on record for Cincinnati. Even July had above average precipitation. Yeah, now September and October has been a different story. The other critical element, though, for good fall color is temperature. When you get clear, warm afternoons followed by chilly nights, the color amplifies in the leaves. This recent dry spell and low humidity have set the stages for mild, sunny afternoons and definitely colder nights. This past weekend was a perfect example of that. And as I mentioned in this past chilly weekend, in just a couple of days' time, man, the trees have really jumped up. The colors are beautiful. So there you go, at least for this region of the country. 5-7 checks in. Morning, 5-7.
Stays green down here, more or less. The horizon is always green. I love these pines. But after about a year or so, and you're down here, you start noticing the hardwoods changing, and they don't get the color. They'll turn brown and then just die. They don't get the vibrant colors like in West Virginia. Time management. Back in the day, I got in an argument with another one of my radio heroes. I come off the mountain there at Green Bank, West Virginia, go down the eastern Allegheny front. Big John Tremble, WRVA would come in 1140, and his truck show at night, and I couldn't get 700 in for another about 50 to 75 miles going in that direction. But they were just starting to talk about the 14 hours, and we understood what 30 minutes of that was going to give back to the government, pre-trip, post-trip, inspection. I don't believe we even talked about the 30-minute break stuff. And with me, all I could see is, because we're doing that 10 and 8, and I was all for it. I mean, give a driver some more time, maybe, because how many times I drove 10 hours, tried to sleep 8, forget that, you're wide awake. Sometimes you're just ready to go. And got in an argument about that, and I said, it don't make sense to give driver more control over his time. It just doesn't make sense, because I'd leave that spot in West Virginia, and, at the end of the 10-hour run, guess what I'd be sitting if I'm heading north, going to Long Island? I'd be sitting just the other side of the George Washington Bridge, and I'm sorry, there was no place to camp out in the crossing. So, I'd have to time manage myself. I'd leave out, early in the afternoon. I'd get up to Frystown, shut it down for a couple hours, and then leave out, make it out to Riverhead, Long Island, or something like that. Other people might call it cheating, but I time managed, and I was able to get it done. And really, I'm basically driving the hours we're doing now. But guys, this agricultural thing, I've been doing 19 miles minus a year and a half where my former employer before he passed away, the insurance company made him put the e-logs in his trucks, all of them, because he had a large flatbed fleet, and he had to have them in all, even the chip wagons. I'm telling you, that our elders told us things, birds of a feather flock together, all these little, hey, a watch pot never boils.
Mm-hmm.
The stress you get by racing that piece of time machinery on your dashboard is amazingly stressful. You find yourself pushing it, and you'd really rather stop, but you're going to push it to get the job done, because that's who we are. But I'll tell you what, yesterday, because I had, I got a little bit of a backup in the mill in Charleston, got the backup there at the sawmill, and got back up there.
Well, if we had the old truck to run you over, that's what would happen right now. But hold that thought there, because we got to get our news break here. Well, or better yet, it's time for the $1,000 daily driver bonus contest. Week number 5 of 6 underway here. Keyword number 1 here on a Tuesday morning. Flip the page here. Music. We all love music. M-U-S-I-C. Music is the word. Simply go to tncradio.live or use the tncradio.live app. Enter that keyword, and that's it. You're registered. Now listen for additional keywords. We'll have one coming up 2 hours from now. Additional keywords 10 a.m., 7 p.m. Eastern Time each weekday. And good luck from TNC Radio and Hot Shot Secret. Music. Keyword for this hour. All right, speaking of TNC Radio Live, Houston, Texas. Sunday was a high of 92. Monday was a high of 72. Coming up after the overnight drive, 5 a.m. Eastern Time this morning, it's Mind, Body, and Soul. Yeah, don't miss an all-new episode of Building Strong Minds with Dr. Christopher Cortman. When you think black belt, you think of someone who has an excellent fighting technique. This time, we're talking about the social black belt. You can learn to be stronger mentally, just like you can learn great fighting moves. All new episodes starting at 5 a.m. Then stay tuned for Hope's Vera and the Driver Podcast. Finally, 7 a.m. Eastern Time, it's an all-new episode of The Trucker's Life from our friends at TFC Global. All that coming your way later this morning, tncradio.live. And we'll return after the news break.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The White House is launching a portal for Americans to apply for the controversial student loan forgiveness program. Speaking from the White House, President Biden describes the program as a game changer for millions of Americans.
No forms to upload, no special login to remember. It's available in English and in Spanish on desktop and mobile. It takes less than 5 minutes.
Nebraska, Missouri, Iowa, South Carolina, Kansas, and Arkansas all sued the administration over the loan forgiveness program. Federal officials say more than 1,000 fake driver's licenses were seized at an airport in Louisville. Authorities found nearly 1,100 fake U.S. licenses, as well as some Australian, Canadian, and even UK licenses. The fake IDs were made in Hong Kong and were being shipped to an address in Cincinnati. Chinese President Xi Jinping asserts full control over Hong Kong in remarks to Communist Party leaders. He also weighs in on the possibility of taking over Taiwan as well. On Fox News, Florida Republican Congressman Michael Walz says if the United States doesn't take action soon, Taiwan could end up like Ukraine.
We face a very real chance of Taiwan becoming the next Ukraine within the next 5 to 10 years. Chairman Xi right now is making that very clear that he's going to do it one way or another. So the question is, are we running out of time from the United States standpoint to deter that from happening?
Apple is expected to unveil its new iPad Pro in the next few days. Bloomberg reports the newest model will feature the M2 chip, which is used in the current MacBook Air laptop. The upgrade will give the iPad a speed boost of 20%. USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
A Republican senator is accusing the White House of not wanting the pandemic to end.
The team behind him, what I call that cabal in the White House, they have to keep this pandemic going so that they can spend more taxpayer money the way they want to.
Tennessee's Marsha Blackburn claiming the Biden administration is doing so to get more people to vote with a mail-in ballot. A new internet provider may be available in your area.
The next level of internet connections rolls out next month in select cities. Google Fiber is launching 5 gig and 8 gig plans next year. Both tiers will come with Wi-Fi 6 routers and 2 mesh extenders. The 5 gig tier will cost you about $125 a month. The 8 gig tier will cost about $150 a month. Google Fiber customers in Utah, Kansas City, and West Des Moines, Iowa will be able to try out the new tiers as early as next month. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Democratic Senate candidate and Pennsylvania Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman will debate Republican candidate Dr. Mehmet Oz next week. Appearing on Fox News, Dr. Oz explains why the debate is taking place so close to Election Day.
John Fetterman stalled, he obfuscated, he created every excuse possible. Finally, because there was a huge onslaught of media pressure on him, agreed to a single debate as late as possible.
Fetterman is continuing to recover from a stroke he suffered in May. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Technology lets you access a personal trainer from home, like on this exercise mirror.
Less talking, more squatting.
But to keep your hybrid workforce in shape, you need more than technology.
And kick. And jump.
You need PCs powered by Intel vPro, custom configured by CDW. Hardware-based security and remote management make it easy to protect and monitor PCs from anywhere.
Wait, don't turn me off.
Intel vPro makes secure remote management possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Intel Client.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Okay, back at it here. I believe that is my cue. It is 844-844-3388. And for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that may be sitting around with gas in it. For an extended period of time, Sta-Bil storage keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. Store your engine the right way, obviously with Sta-Bil. All right, back with 5-7.
Yeah, they just the logging deal or e-logs. It just for our line of work, it really, it was really a screwed up deal. It got so bad that not my boss, but the people we were out in the woods with and logging, they were pushing me to run it. I said, I can't. He said, well, you can always use your personal use to get home, which I have done it several times. Now here, that's going to be an issue they're checking in on. I've come out of Charleston. I got a day cab. I come out of Charleston. I go, I'd run it right to the line, which would be about I-95. Then I'd throw it on personal use. And it wouldn't interfere with my time. I could get on home for another hour and 30 minutes, and then they tried to push me and say, well, you got to, sometimes you have to stand up for yourself. And it seems like after I turned 55, I've gotten a little bit testy about being pushed. And I said, no, that personal use is exactly what it says. For me to get home, it's not for you to make money. So sometimes you just have to shut it down. But what you got? I haven't heard much of this. I've seen this on Nova, and I did know that when my former employer had the inward-facing cameras, one of our drivers was going down the road, and he says he got a call from the company, and they wanted to know if he was feeling all right. And he goes, why? And they said because of the camera indicated that his eyes, his eyes were sort of drooping, like he was tired.
Yeah.
Well, there's that technology that one day you'll be out here driving, and all of a sudden you're going to get a message on your truck saying you've got 5-10 minutes to find, they'll know exactly, you got this next exit, got a truck stop, get off, get rest. So, yeah, things are coming up the pike we're not going to like, that's for sure. But, and no matter what they do, they're going to be distractions. I was coming off 526 one day and climbed over a bridge, and down the bottom there's this arena. And there was at least five, maybe 6 young ladies in these skimpy little bikinis and a couple guys with cameras. I guess they were doing a photo shoot or whatever, and they were getting on a pond big. I was looking over the edge of the bridge, and I'm cruising right along. Ain't breaking no speed limit. Probably going a little too slow. Got to the edge of the bridge, just looked straight, and that's when I noticed I had a DOT car sitting right on my back bumper. Blue lights are flashing. I pull over, and this young man comes up, climbs on the running board, and says, driver, how long it took you to get pulled over? I said, I wasn't looking at you. I was looking at them girls in the bikinis down there. There's 5 of them. And a couple of them had them real tan uniform. I mean, it looked like they were naked from where I was at. And he goes, well, watch your mirrors from now on. He gets in, and I said, okay. So he gets back to the car, lets me out on the road. And, after I got on the road, his lights, he did a flip right there. Rich went back. I guess he was going to go verify my story officially, if you know what I mean. So to this day, I have no clue why the man stopped me. So that was there. So you're not. Hey, you're going to have distractions. You're going, outside the truck. Things are just going to keep happening. So I don't know. It seems like the harder they try to shut us down on this or try to control us, it just gets worse. I can't tell you how much I love driving under this agriculture. I just go to work. I come end of the day on average 12 to 13 hours. And when I get held up, it gets a little longer, but I never drive tired. I don't worry about the time. Half the time I don't even know what time it is when I get to the house. I don't even have a clock here. So I'm just yeah, it's a whole lot less stress. And I'm just listening to all the drivers talking about getting right towards the edge and how they're worried and stressed out, and then they run into Cincinnati traffic trying to get home. Just glad I don't live like that, but hopefully they can get this stuff worked out. And I don't think I could drive over the road. I don't think I could drive like that anymore. I've just been this spoiled. If they stop doing this, I guess my career's over. I don't know. Just never know. Other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the rest of the show.
Sounds like a plan.
We down.
All right, we down. Sound like a plan. There you go. Yeah, I caught in the news break there, top of the hour. I had not seen that in our local news. Someone in this town apparently is running some sort of an operation, divvying out fake driver's licenses. I'm assuming that these were probably a UPS shipment because they were caught at the airport there in Louisville. Yeah, the big time. Yeah, the flights coming in and out, the UPS flights, right? Customs and Border Protection seizing more than 1,000 fake IDs at the Louisville International Airport. Counterfeit driver's licenses inside an inbound package at Louisville's port of entry. Counterfeit driver's licenses are used by young adults who've not yet reached the legal drinking age, according to the port director of Louisville, not to mention the criminal consequences. This interception of these IDs significantly reduces the chances for alcohol to be purchased by underage individuals and hopefully reduces the consequences of their action, including deadly accidents. Anyway, officers inspected a package during a routine examination that appeared to be trousers inside. But officers found a total of 1,094 U.S. driver's license ID cards, 5 Australian driver's license ID cards, 2 Canadian driver's license cards, and 2 United Kingdom ID cards, according to the release. Yeah, the fake IDs were concealed inside the shipment to avoid being detected. Arriving from Hong Kong, the IDs, of course, lacked the security features that were of poor quality, they say, but that shipment was addressed to a Cincinnati residence. I would just assume probably by now someone has knocked on the door at said residence in Cincinnati with a few questions for whomever resides there. And if they haven't knocked on the door, whoever it is probably looking for a place to hide right about now, right? Getting back to, we were talking about the teams that have been sent into Fort Myers to get a better handle on just how much of a storm surge came in with Ian. By now, most of us have probably seen some of the time-lapse video of what were dry roadways that all of a sudden you saw the water coming in, and then the water was appeared to be 10, 15 foot deep. Just an amazing time-lapse video. The hardest hit area, obviously, the Fort Myers Beach area. That's where we found our highest surge values, according to AccuWeather's national reporter Bill Waddell. We saw damage up to the second floor. By studying buildings that were partially submerged, survey teams can see the watermarks left on interior walls, cabinets, and other furnishings by the storm surge. Damage in one home was several inches up in a cabinet on the second floor of this beachfront condo. The highest watermarks indicate the peak level of standing water, but waves obviously would have been reaching even higher. The highest water level found by the team so far was 15 feet above the normal high water level. In other words, Ian's storm surge was on par with other notorious hurricanes in recent history, including Hurricane Laura, which caused a maximum storm surge of 18 feet in Louisiana, Hurricane Michael, which unleashed a storm surge up to 15 feet in the Mexico Beach area of Florida. At the level detected so far from Ian, all of Sanibel Island, the barrier island just west of Fort Myers, was under feet of water. Even though the height of the storm surge was correctly forecast by meteorologists, it was one of the primary reasons for the anticipated impacts being level 5 on a scale of 1 to 5. Residents told reporters that they were kind of taken aback at how quickly the water rushed in from the Gulf of Mexico. Surge seems to be a difficult aspect to visualize in a person's mind when compared to heavy rain or wind because of balance. Few people have seen for themselves how quickly storm surge flooding can result in rapidly rising water, which inundates anything and everything in its path. Oftentimes moving well away from the immediate coast through the bays, the inlets, the tidal rivers. On top of that, there were other factors that compound the storm surge dangers. Beside the level of water and how far it can reach beyond the coast, there are crushing waves on top of the water level increase, making the situation even more dangerous. And the power of this water can be seen in some of the pictures from Fort Myers. Homes and businesses destroyed in a similar way to the complete destruction you would see in a war zone. The big boats and vessels, literally miles inland, well away from the now receded waters. It's more like a tsunami. You have to think of these things as tsunamis when you think about what you're going to be dealing with, because the water comes up very rapidly. Now, for those residents who decided to stay in their homes to ride the storm out, they quickly found themselves scrambling for higher ground. We've heard stories of people who died in their cars trying to drive out of the rising storm surge waters. That if you find yourself in a situation like that, you try to get to the highest level of the structure, rather than, as in some cases, people would actually jump into the water trying to swim further inland to reach drier ground and couldn't get there. 15 feet in some areas, though. Incredible storm surge. All right, got Knuckle Buster coming up next here. Scarecrow's on board and room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed. That's our number, and we've got lines available. Who we got? Scott, I believe it is, from the email bag, Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Steve, the fact that there's less accidents by exempt drivers, talking about the hours of service, that would back a program of letting, say, million-mile or 8-year safe drivers have the ability to drive exempt from the hours of service. If you had the exemption, you would work safely to keep it, or you'd work safer to get it. Yeah, no more racing the clock stuff. Yeah, most drivers just like a little bit of flexibility. Because I can remember going back, before this updated hours of service. I mean, how many years ago has it been now? I mean, that word, flexibility, time after time after time came up in the comments and the discussions. Yeah, I said a few times, I can't take that extra trip of the night because I'm short 10 or 15 minutes of drive time. Anyway, thank you, Steve. Great show as always. Thank you very much, Scott. Good to have you on board. Knucklebuster checking in here. What's going on, Knucklebuster?
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Morning, Miss Mama Sommers. Happy birthday to you, darling. Have a great, blessed day. And Steve, it's your turn to put the voodoo on her. Don't answer that. Did you read? Did you read where the SEC fined Tennessee $100,000 for allowing the fans onto the field after that game?
I did not see that. Okay, I kind of thought there'd be some penalty for taking down. I mean, it's when they're taking down those goalposts, that's kind of dangerous. I mean, they had something like that years ago when they hit somebody in the head and killed them, I think, didn't it?
Yeah, something similar to that. Don't get me lying on all that.
Yeah,
but anyway, it'd be a dangerous thing to get hit in the head with one of them goalposts. They're not exactly light.
No, sir. Yep.
Yeah, well, Nick Saban record versus his former assistant. I haven't got to read the article yet, but this was the headline: how Alabama coach has dominated Lane Kiffin, Jimbo Fisher, and more. That's from the Sporting News there. Ole Miss versus Alabama. Whose name did I just mention? Lane Kiffin. Ole Miss ain't gonna beat Alabama. If it does, it'll be a miracle there. Matter of fact, Georgia's only, what's that guy's name? He's only beat him once. What's the coach of Georgia's name?
I don't even know.
Yeah, I don't either. So, well, anyway, let's put the T in trucking right quick. The ELD and all of that, all the little bitty nitpicky rules, that's all about insurance and money. And I'm married to my insurance agent. And from what I've been told from some people higher up above her is that here's what's coming down the pike. 70 mile an hour if you've got a collision avoidance system, 65 if you don't. So we'll see what happens. I don't know. they may be right, they may be wrong. So, and here's a crazy thing I read today, Steve. Boston University researchers claim to have developed a new, more lethal COVID strain in the lab. It's a 80% death rate in it with that strain right there, according to the mice that they experimented on. Well, why in the hell would you do something like that?
Yeah, you're talking the story of creating. Someone sent that to me here a bit ago. You know, what the hell are they doing? Yeah, messing with this stuff in the labs. I mean, technically, that's where it all started, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, it started over in China in that Wuhan lab. So why would I trust them to give me a vaccine there anyway, right? I don't know. That's some crazy stuff of people getting a hold of that and turning it loose on all of us. Yeah, I don't know. And I want to give a belated happy birthday to Mr. Alan Jackson yesterday. And he was presented Saturday with the Artist of a Lifetime Award there. And this is one of the things he said while accepting the award. He said about 2 years ago, it was about 5 o'clock somewhere. All of a sudden, I started hearing all these songs of mine, all the big hits you'd expect, and then all these obscure songs that I hadn't heard in forever. I kept hearing this voice singing along with it, and I looked over, and it was this young, big old black bohemian bartender, and he was singing at the top of his voice all of my songs, and he sang pretty good. He came over and said hi, and he was a fan, of course. I asked him where he heard all of them old songs. Some of them I haven't heard myself in years, and he said, I got them all on my computer. I got them off of CMT. They're all your videos. So I realized that some people don't have country radio, and nowadays they just got the videos. And all the work I did all those years paid off. Gotta love it. And then he said, now if only CMT still played country music videos. He said, sorry, I couldn't help that comment, but anyway, God bless. So, you know, he's been known to stick it to the ACM and all that there, right?
I hear you.
He had his drummer play without drumsticks one time, and then he broke into Papa Top and then the George Jones song because they wouldn't let him sing. Come on, so.
All right, Knuckle Buster. Hey, got to get our news break here. 29 past the hour, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Iowa Republican Senator Chuck Grassley is asking the FBI to find evidence of criminal activity in the Biden family's foreign business deals. Senator Grassley's office saying investigative staff has reviewed FBI records. The Iowa senator is specifically looking for Biden business deals connected with the communist Chinese regime. More than 9 million Americans could be losing out on money by not filing a federal tax return for 2021. The IRS started sending letters to those individuals and families who could miss out on payments through tax credits last week. That includes the last round of stimulus checks, child tax credits for up to $3,600 per child, and earned income tax credits. Wall Street giving the thumbs up to Monday at the closing bell, the Dow gaining 550 points. USA Radio News.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-568-2790. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-568-2790. 800-568-2790.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And just to be perfectly clear, because we don't want to find ourselves in YouTube jail, or hell, with the third strike, permanent ban, right? Yeah, the latest information, because I hadn't really been following. So much time has passed. Are they even still looking into where the origination of the virus was? The wet market, the lab, what is it? Fox News had the report this past day. Well, I'll give you more of what Knucklebuster was just talking about. It's like you can't make this stuff up. Fox News reached out to the university. COVID was first detected to have come from the wet market in Wuhan, though many believe it was engineered at the Institute of Virology in Wuhan. The World Health Organization continues to face criticism for their handling of the crisis in its early, most pivotal days. Now, back to the top of the story. And I almost thought it was, it's got to be fake news. Headline, Boston University researchers claim they have developed a new, more lethal COVID strain in lab. Why? Researchers at Boston University say they have developed, this is the actual story, a new COVID strain that has an 80% kill rate following a series of similar experiments first thought to have started the pandemic that began in China. The variant, a combination of Omicron and the original virus in Wuhan killed 80% of the mice infected with it, according to the university. When mice were only exposed to Omicron, they experienced mild symptoms. The research was conducted by a team of scientists from Florida and Boston at the school's National Emerging Infectious Diseases Laboratories. They extracted the spike protein from Omicron and attached it with the strain first detected at the onset of the pandemic that began in Wuhan. They then documented how the mice reacted to the hybrid strain. In mice, while Omicron causes mild, non-fatal infection, the Omicron S-carrying virus inflicts severe disease with a mortality rate of 80%, according to the research paper. The new strain has 5 times more infectious virus particles than the Omicron variant, according to researchers. Omicron, of course, highly transmissible. Even in those who are fully vaccinated, the spike protein is responsible for rates of infectivity, according to researchers. Other changes to the virus structure determine the deadliness. One limitation to the study was the breed of mice used, as other types are more similar to humans. But why are we messing with that? That's all I can say. Why? Okay, maybe someday we'll get the answers, but... Hello, Scarecrow. Good morning.
Good morning there, big buddy. Regarding the demise of that goalpost that the boys tossed in the river, they might want to go and retrieve that thing for some salvage value. According to school, that thing must be gold-plated. They want $150,000 to replace that thing.
Wow.
I think somebody is dipping pretty deep in the well over that one. Man, 57 there reminded me. I'm going back 35, 40 years now, but I used to do a lot of running up and down Minnesota Highway 61. It runs on the western banks of the Mississippi between La Crosse and as far as north as you want to go, really. But you're getting up there a ways. It's elevated, I suppose, 60, 80 feet over the level of the water, and a little wayside pull over there. Frequently be a trooper that would sit there, and we'd see him different times. He's got binoculars in his hands, and yeah, finally had to question him one day about that. Well, and mind you, he's always looking down at the river with these binoculars. Well, he said he's always thinking of the welfare for the boating public too, and just coincidentally, it's probably 80, 90 degrees at this time. So yeah, he's looking out for the welfare, all right. Kind of interesting. My youngest, he sent me a little report a couple hours ago. He keeps his ear pretty close to the corporate ground waves and whatnot. He says the word on the street is that Harley Corporate's pulling out of Milwaukee. That they think may be heading towards Texas, but that's gonna rattle a lot of cages, from for the diehards,
right,
and such. But well, we know they are really struggling these days. That there certainly has to be some changes, that take place and whatnot. So, but like I say, that's just word of mouth now. So I hope you don't get in YouTube trouble over that one. And then thoughts too. I'm sure there's been moments when, come fall weather, you open the door for Turbo and he steps out and does a quick 180-degree turn and says to hell with that nonsense.
Yep.
Sounds familiar?
That's correct.
Yep. Well, that was Crow yesterday morning when I parked it in our yard up there. I got out to the truck to do my walk around, and well, I didn't even make it out of the truck. I opened the door, and man, did I slam that thing closed quick again. We were hanging about 35 degrees, but just like down here, that wind is coming out of the north, and I dug around. I couldn't find a stocking cap quick enough, and such, and zipped the coat up to the neckline, and yeah, we're never ready for the change of the seasons. Whether it's spring or fall. Come springtime, it hits 40 degrees. We're down to our t-shirts, and in the fall, it hits 40 degrees. We can't hardly throw clothes on heavy enough, But and then those hearing aids and such. Remember when Moose got the patent issued on his apparatus there, that he's striving to keep the insurance industry out of things. Remember that?
Right.
To keep the cost down. Well, that's the problem with the hearing aid industry. It's all prices are driven by the insurance, market and such. I'm sure, now that, well, you got to back up. Insurance, that's tied with the medical community, and so that, you're following the chain, that simply drives up the cost of hearing aids to the point where, they're out of reach. Now, I actually was in for a hearing test a couple of weeks back, and the subject of hearing aids did come up, and, she was saying that, I believe I have this right, that Medicare does not cover the cost of hearing aids. I'm reasonably certain that's the way that works. So the person that doesn't have supplemental insurance, the elderly and such way, yeah, they're, unlimited incomes and such way, the high price that hearing aids have been at is certainly, you can see that limits the market. And so this will certainly, hopefully, open up, availability to, quite a few that truly need them and simply cannot afford them. And on the like note, it'd be interesting too. I'm in the process of getting a new CPAP machine too. My original one here is 12 years old now and way past due for replacement. But it's, of course, that'll be insurance driven too. So it'll be curious to see what that ends up being compared to what retail level might be for a person, buying one outright and such. But beyond that, there was a couple other things, but they've slipped by the wayside for the moment. So hopefully we'll be able to gather my thoughts up before the end of the program.
There you go. Old timers disease.
That's what
old timers.
Oh, wait a minute. Who's old now? Did I get this right? The princess. Now he said 62. That makes her a couple of years older than you, does it not?
Yeah. Cradle robber. She was a cradle robber.
Yeah. Okay. Is she robbing the cradle, or are you seeking experience? Come on.
Right.
That's what I got. Talk to you later.
Thank you much. There you go. Yeah. She got me by 2 years. I guess a little less, about 3 days less than 2 years. Yeah. All right. So Tennessee wants the fans to pay for the goalposts. Seriously. Of course, shortly after Tennessee upset Alabama in what may well be the game of the season, volunteer fans, as we know, stormed the field. The celebration was well-deserved, snapping a 15-game losing streak to the Crimson Tide. Fans quickly took down the goalpost, ended up marching him right out of the stadium, and dumped him in the Tennessee River. That leaves Tennessee's athletic department with a minor problem. They have to replace the goalpost before next week's game against UT Martin. So instead of just replacing them, Tennessee apparently sent out a fundraising tweet asking fans to donate to cover the costs. They then provided special donations to show your big orange love, like a $52.49 donation, kind of matching the final score, 52 to 49. It even asked for a $1,019.15 donation, which would match the capacity of Neyland Stadium, $101,915. Now, Tennessee could easily cover the cost of the new goalpost on its own. I mean, the university has an endowment fund over $1 billion, right? Tennessee President Randy Boyd seemed thrilled that the fans tore the goalpost down in the moment Saturday afternoon. Yeah, Boyd, smoking a cigar in the press box, said, quote, "It doesn't matter. We're going to do this every year," kind of endorsing the celebration. But apparently his mindset kind of changed by Sunday morning. He clearly doesn't want to foot the bill. Hey, always be fundraising, right? The report from Yahoo News, but okay, they'll have to get some new goalposts up in short order, right? Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Couple of other folks checking in, starting Kentucky Ken on board, starting my pre-chip inspection. A little bit of light snow falling right now for Kentucky Ken. Yeah, Rick is on board there in Columbus, Ohio this morning. Ken said, hello to the overnight drive crew. Mr. Sommers, a cool 35 degrees in Slade, Kentucky. On my way to Lexington Yard, then it's off to Louisville for a new trailer. Then on my way to Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Hopefully we all have a great day and safe travels. There you go. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion, bull hauler. Morning, Steve. 23 degrees in Fremont, Nebraska. I'm late for class because I was smoking in the boys' room. But a special shout-out to the Hall of Famer, Carolina Monkey Gouger, from the Mid-America Washout. All right, good to have you on board, Lauren Weiss. Daniel chimes in, talking about flexibility in the hours of service. When it comes to flexibility, do you remember that one director, Annette Sandberg, when she actually told Congress, well, we can't get drivers flexibility because if we did, they would use it. Yeah, I kind of remember that. Yeah, doesn't that make perfect sense? What is the idea of flexibility? Yeah, to use it, right? 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Of course, I'm not a resident of Georgia, so I don't really have, per se, skin in the game. But, I'm a resident of the United States, which means who controls the Senate indeed does have an impact on each and every one of us. But, yeah, the big Senate race there in Georgia. A story from Red State this past day, where the writer who put this together, Bonchi, he says, I've got a confession. Yeah, when I saw that Herschel Walker had accepted a debate with Democrat incumbent Raphael Warnock, I wasn't exactly enthused. Yes, to some extent, Walker's communication issues have been overstated, but no one was ever going to confuse him for a charismatic speaker, and certainly no one thought he could be a good debater. Now, the running assumption all month leading up to this had been pretty simple. Walker would be lucky to get out alive, and absolutely no one was entertaining the possibility that he could actually excel. In a shocking twist, though, that's exactly what Walker did. It wasn't a perfect performance, but far from a bomb. Yeah, people are actually suggesting that the Republican candidate may have won the debate. That's a far cry from the predictions of a total meltdown just prior to showtime. Going through some of the highlights and thoughts on what we're thinking, that this leaves the race. But first, if you want to know how well Walker did, there's a columnist from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, which is a left-wing outlet, that gave some of her thoughts, to which she said that was the most coherent I've ever seen Herschel Walker. Prepared, aggressive, direct. Now, some of those answers won't play well, but no catastrophes, which is indeed saying something. He did what he needed to do when someone who writes for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution or the Daily Beast, an outlet that is producing nonstop stories trying to take him down, that all they can muster up is some of those answers won't play well, but no catastrophes. Yeah, that's pretty darn good. With the story recently breaking that Walker paid for a girlfriend's abortion back in 2009, a story that he denies. It's actually surprising he was kind of willing to go as hard as he did on that topic. Having seen him do it, though, I'm pretty convinced it was the right thing to do. He did not give up on the chief way to paint Warnock as an extremist, especially when Warnock's limited on how he could respond because he's got his own skeletons in the closet he doesn't want to be brought up. So all things considered, that was a good strategy. When it comes to the economy and other policy questions, Walker actually pressed Warnock on his support for Joe Biden and his inability to make positive change for Georgians. That was another good segment for the Republican candidate. I guess one of the segments was Walker saying, for those of you who are concerned about voting for me because I'm not a politician, I want you to think about the damage that politicians like Joe Biden and Raphael Warnock have done to this country. All right, so I get you a pretty good debate. The polls say it is neck to neck. And I saw one poll this past day that actually had Walker now up by like 2 points over Warnock. Those numbers are going to be changing on a day-to-day basis between now and Election Day. But yeah, pretty interesting. About 5 before the hour. Philip, I believe, on board this Tuesday morning. Hey there, Philip, what's going on?
Just driving to work. How you doing today?
Not half bad. Week off to a good start?
Oh, yeah. We're doing all right. Got a little bit of rain last night when the cold front moved through, but ain't too much of a cold front right now. But I guess later on in the week it's going to get a little chilly down here in the morning. We're going to get down in the 50s. Do you know anything about that one, Steve?
Oh, yeah, that cold front's going to be dropping all the way down. I mean, they're talking places, as far south as like Tallahassee, Florida, Mobile, Alabama, going to be downright chilly.
Yeah, that's what we're going to be down here. It's actually helping us out right now, so I'll take it. That's fine with me. We're still drying out down here. It's pretty wet down here still after that storm, even, almost 3 weeks, 2.5, 3 weeks now. We're almost out of it. The water's still pretty high in the lakes down here. You can look out on the lakes and you're eye level with the water. And there's still, I think Route 46 is still closed over there going to the coast from Sanford over to 95. There's a launch that's going to be happening the 27th, Steve. I want you to pay attention to. It's been pushed back a few times and it might get pushed back again. Have you heard about the Falcon Heavy?
There's so many different ones. I'm trying to. Is that a SpaceX? That's the SpaceX launch?
Yeah, the Falcon Heavy is the biggest SpaceX rocket that they have as far as the rockets they're launching right now.
Okay, I think I mentioned that the other morning. They've actually got it stacked on the launch pad there in Texas, right? Yeah, that's the one where they're going to be doing like the fueling tests and actually a static. 30 Raptor engines ready. Hold that thought there because we hit the top of the hour and I've got to get my news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The White House is launching a portal for Americans to apply for the controversial student loan forgiveness program. Speaking from the White House, President Biden describes the program as a game changer for millions of Americans.
No forms to upload, no special login to remember. It's available in English and in Spanish on desktop and mobile. It takes less than 5 minutes.
Nebraska, Missouri, Iowa, South Carolina, Kansas, and Arkansas all sued the administration over the loan forgiveness program. Federal officials say more than 1,000 fake driver's licenses were seized at an airport in Louisville. Authorities found nearly 1,100 fake U.S. licenses, as well as some Australian, Canadian, and even UK licenses. The fake IDs were made in Hong Kong and were being shipped to an address in Cincinnati. Chinese President Xi Jinping asserts full control over Hong Kong in remarks to Communist Party leaders. He also weighs in on the possibility of taking over Taiwan as well. On Fox News, Florida Republican Congressman Michael Walz says if the United States doesn't take action soon, Taiwan could end up like Ukraine.
We face a very real chance of Taiwan becoming the next Ukraine within the next 5 to 10 years. Chairman Xi right now is making that very clear that he's going to do it one way or another. So the question is, are we running out of time from the United States standpoint to deter that from happening?
Apple is expected to unveil its new iPad Pro in the next few days. Bloomberg reports the newest model will feature the M2 chip, which is used in the current MacBook Air laptop. The upgrade will give the iPad a speed boost of 20%. USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
A Republican senator is accusing the White House of not wanting the pandemic to end.
The team behind him, what I call that cabal in the White House, they have to keep this pandemic going so that they can spend more taxpayer money the way they want to.
Tennessee's Marsha Blackburn claiming the Biden administration is doing so to get more people to vote with a mail-in ballot. A new internet provider may be available in your area.
The next level of internet connections rolls out next month in select cities. Google Fiber is launching 5 gig and 8 gig plans next year. Both tiers will come with Wi-Fi 6 routers and 2 mesh extenders. The 5 gig tier will cost you about $125 a month. The 8 gig tier will cost about $150 a month. Google Fiber customers in Utah, Kansas City, and West Des Moines, Iowa will be able to try out the new tiers as early as next month. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Democratic Senate candidate and Pennsylvania Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman will debate Republican candidate Dr. Mehmet Oz next week. Appearing on Fox News, Dr. Oz explains why the debate is taking place so close to Election Day.
John Fetterman stalled, he obfuscated, he created every excuse possible. Finally, because there was a huge onslaught of media pressure on him, agreed to a single debate as late as possible.
Fetterman is continuing to recover from a stroke he suffered in May. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Technology lets you access a personal trainer from home, like on this exercise mirror.
Less talking, more squatting.
But to keep your hybrid workforce in shape, you need more than technology.
And kick. And jump.
You need PCs powered by Intel vPro, custom configured by CDW. Hardware-based security and remote management make it easy to protect and monitor PCs from anywhere.
Wait, don't turn me off.
Intel vPro makes secure remote management possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Intel Client.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, welcome into a Tuesday. There you go, 18th day of October. Happy birthday once again to my princess. The woman's been putting up with me for almost 40 years. Yeah, our big 4-0 anniversary comes up in 2023. My, where does the time go? All right, in answer to Philip's question, yeah, the cold front heading way down south. Indeed, freeze watches go in effect today for portions of the Florida Panhandle as this strong cold front could result in record cold temperatures. The first significant cold snap of the season set to plunge much of the eastern half of the country below freezing this week. Surface observations early Monday depict a strong front moving into the Panhandle with some stout northwesterly winds behind the front, dragging in an anomalously cold, dry air mass for this time of year. Now, ahead of that front, storms could bring some damaging winds and hail to locations like Orlando and Miami. That was through Monday evening. Risk of storms kind of tapers off overnight or this morning, while the attention will now turn toward the potential for a rather hasty end of the growing season. Despite sunny skies Tuesday and Wednesday, high temperatures away from the immediate coastline in the Panhandle will only rise to the low to mid-60s. Overnight lows forecast to drop into the upper 20s and lower 30s for several consecutive hours. Now, if that forecast for lows that low comes to fruition, it would likely mark the end of the growing seasons. In places like Crestview and Mariana, record cold temperatures could move into areas like Tallahassee and Jacksonville by Wednesday night, with lows in those locations forecast to drop into the upper 30s, lower 30s. By Thursday, record low temperatures could be found across north central Florida from Jacksonville to Gainesville. Now, records are not confined to low temperatures as this cold air rolls into Florida like a bowling ball. Record low high temperatures are possible by midweek from northern Florida to South Florida, where Fort Myers could break a nearly 100-year record for the more than 10,000 customers that are still without power following Hurricane Ian in southwest Florida. As a publication time for this story, the unseasonably cold air could make for a rather uncomfortable stretch of weather. It doesn't look like this early season chiller is going to linger very long, as temperatures are forecast to be closer to average by early next week. But yeah, the big chill all the way into Florida. We've got the freeze watch in place for our area here this morning, Philip.
Yeah, it's going to be a sad situation too with any of the Florida citrus, because those trees already got damaged with that storm. A bunch of them did, and then you got a freeze come in on top of it. It gets down low. I don't think it's going to get that far south, but yeah, it's going to be. You got a lot of people still down in Lee County that don't have no power. That's Fort Myers and Cape Coral and Captiva. All that area down there is still. Last time I checked on it yesterday, they had about 14,000 people out down there yesterday. I'm not sure what it is now, but that's the biggest percentage in Florida. But as I was talking about earlier, that rocket, the Falcon Heavy is, the rocket they launched the Starlinks on, Steve, those little satellites?
Right.
Okay, the Falcon Heavy is 3 of those rockets put together. And they're going to be doing a government classified satellite. They're carrying up 2 satellites for the Air Force and the Space Force. And they've been pushing it back a lot. I don't know why, but they've been pushing it back, and it's supposed to go off the 27th. But if you want to come down and see a rocket launch, that's the one to see, because they will bring those back to the Space Center, and they'll land both of them at the same time, those boosters. We've seen them on the barge, but this rocket here, they land both of them on land at the same time. So if you want to come down and see one, that's the one you need to come see, because it's going to be a show on that one. And the third center rocket, it actually burns up in Earth's atmosphere when it gets up there, because they push these satellites way far out there. So, but yeah, we got a lot of damage down here still, Steve. And I saw yesterday on the news that even the county that I'm living in, they're having to move people around to different shelters now because of the closing. They're having to close shelters and bring up shelters for folks. And I know winter down here isn't much, but when your house is totally destroyed or you've been flooded out, it's a big deal. So that's all I pretty much got today, but I appreciate your time. Y'all have a good one.
All right, good to have you. Thanks for checking in here this Tuesday morning. It looks like finally the airlines, maybe not fully recovered, but at least as far as travelers are concerned, people are taken back to the air, to the skies. The Transportation Security Administration, the TSA as we know them, screened 2.49 million air passengers Sunday, the highest daily number since February of 2020. Everybody remember what was going on then? This whole pandemic thing was in the early stages. Now, it's still less than the 2.61 million screened on the same day in 2019, before the actual pandemic. But the Sunday checkpoint traffic, the highest since February 11 of 2020, when the TSA screened nearly 2.51 million passengers. Business, leisure travel increasing once again. That was just above the number they screened back on July the 1st. Yeah, headed into the holiday weekend there. Some leisure travelers who faced few seats and high summer prices have opted to delay trips to this time of year, to the fall. According to Delta Airlines, last week on an earnings call, demand remains very strong for air travel after 2 years of delaying travel. It is clear that consumers are getting out, traveling the world. Business travel continues to recover in line with our expectations. Bookings have improved after Labor Day as companies reconnect with their teams and their customers. Airlines for America, which is an industry trade group, said as of early October, the number of flights flown by major carriers is still down about 15%, and the number of passengers still down 6, maybe 7% over the pre-pandemic levels, but that's a nearly 95% recovery, right? If you're only down 6% compared to the pre-pandemic, people are flying again, despite inflation, despite the higher airline ticket prices as well. Hey, good morning, Dan. How we doing?
Pretty good, Steve. How are you doing?
Can't complain. A little chilly outside the bunker this morning.
Yeah, that's what you said. Your freeze warning. How was that your trip to the Japanese restaurant? I've never been to one either, to tell you the truth.
I thoroughly enjoyed it. It was an incredible amount of food. I thought it was a pretty good time. I'd do it again. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to have to try some. What is it, like a buffet thing, or do they serve it at your table?
That's where you're kind of sitting at how I guess I'd describe it kind of like a horseshoe, where you've got there were 4 couples in our group, and they've got these these big grill things. There's 2, 4, 6, 8 people sitting in a horseshoe around there. They take your order and they come and put all this stuff on the grill right there in front of you and cook it right in front of you.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to have to try that. Find one where I live.
They call it hibachi. It's the hibachi grill, they call it. So find someplace where they got
hibachi. Yeah, yep. I forgot. Yeah, hibachi grill, right. I had called because I listened to that. I was 100% impressed with Herschel Walker. I really thought he was going to have a hard time because this minister is, of course, this Warnock is a minister, supposedly. And I thought, well, he would, has speaking, probably has taken professional speaking courses and stuff like that. And, but Herschel Walker, excuse me, hit it out of the ballpark on 2 occasions. The first was on the issue of abortion, when Warnock said there's no place for the government in the room, hospital room, with the woman. He didn't identify her as the mother and her doctor. And Herschel Walker responded, well, there's a third person, you forgot that's the baby. And, that Warnock looked like, deer in the headlights. He didn't know how to respond to that.
Yep.
And the other one was, Warnock brought up about, well, this Inflation Reduction Act, you don't care about, he said this to Herschel Walker, you don't care about the price of insulin? And he said, yeah, I do. But also, if you got inflation, there's another thing. People can't afford to buy the type of food they need to eat because there's not just the insulin. You have to eat healthy.
Mm-hmm.
And I really, I felt I did some debating in high school and a little bit in college. And I was very impressed by those responses. And they were unscripted because he didn't know what was coming at him. So, yeah, I would say he won. And even some of the liberal media is saying the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
It was very impressive. So I'm very hopeful that he does win.
Well, that's going to be a big one because I mean, if you look at the polls and all that, they're, the latest ones are saying, hey, we may end up with the status quo of 50-50 Senate split, kind of like we've had the last 2 years.
Well, yeah, I guess Vance, J.D. Vance, I think he's leading in Ohio, isn't he?
He's up. He's up a couple points. Yes.
Yeah, well, the problem is, not the problem, we got to hold on. Republicans have to hold on to all their Senate seats, plus they need to get flipped as many as they can. So the tight race, like in Pennsylvania, that'll be the status quo, the same thing with Ohio.
Yep.
Georgia is the flip. I'm hoping Nevada will be a flip. I vote in Missouri. I think Eric Schmidt's going to win by about 8 or 10 points. But no, I was really impressed with the outcome of that. That's what I called in, and also to see how you enjoyed your birthday dinner. So you didn't go down to Tennessee. Was that kind of a spoof on you there?
That good old-fashioned, what Moose called he called it a reverse watermelon roast. It was all a big sham. Go figure.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're saying that, and I'm thinking, well, his poor wife canceled this dinner party. She had a birthday party for you. You know what I'm saying? And I'm thinking, I thought I knew that, Steve, I mean, and then, this is just a spoof they had me going on. So, but anyway, well, I enjoyed the show, and I'll look forward to listening to the rest. Thanks a lot, Steve.
Thank
you. And wish your better half a happy birthday.
I will do so. All right. Thank you very much, Dan. Always good to hear from you. It is 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you. Lines available to Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, we'll get our bottom of the hour news break just a few minutes away here. Yeah, speaking of these, tight races around the country, Pennsylvania neck to neck, Ohio, Georgia, and there's several others where, and it's very difficult. We've seen over numerous election cycles in recent years how the polls, time and time again, tend to be off compared to the way they were several decades ago. And why that's changed, I'm not exactly sure. But anyway, the latest Harris X survey said the voters around the country believe Republicans are more in tune with the top issues plaguing the country, while Democrats are focused on partisan goals. The survey asked respondents, what would you say are the most important issues facing the country today, just weeks ahead of the midterm? The top issue overall is price increases, a.k.a. inflation, 37% noting that as the most important issue. 29% identified the economy and jobs as the top issue. 23% who said immigration, the open border, followed by 18% who said crime and drugs, which are plaguing this country. What is more, the perceived concerns of Republicans match up with the top issues for Americans. As respondents said, Republican Party leaders are most concerned with immigration, price increases and inflation, and the economy and jobs. Meanwhile, Democrat leaders appear to be out of touch as voters view their top issues of concern to be January 6th, women's rights, and the environment, a.k.a. climate change. Now, that could spell trouble for Democrats. Americans have witnessed a dramatic rise in prices, crime, illegal immigration under the leadership of President Biden and the Democrats controlling both the House and the Senate. Consumer prices, for example, are up 8.2% compared with a year ago. People are also worried about rising crime, prompting conservative senators to call on President Biden to deploy all available resources to American cities that are dealing with these crime issues. Meanwhile, according to some estimates, roughly 5 million illegals have crossed the border since Joe Biden took office. In June alone, southern border, we seized enough fentanyl to kill 140 million American people. Hey, election day just around the corner. Can't get here quick enough for me. News break. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The nation's central bank isn't done raising interest rates. Speaking over the weekend in Washington, D.C., President of the St. Louis Fed Reserve, James Bullard, notes rates could be raised by 0.75 percentage point in November and December. The Fed has been steadily hiking rates in a bid to fight soaring inflation. A small plane went down in a South Florida neighborhood shortly after takeoff from an airport.
We can confirm that there are 2 fatalities. Unfortunately, in regards to why the plane crashed, what happened, that is an investigation that NTSB will be handling.
Tanya Ruiz with Miramar Police isn't identifying the victims yet. For now, the plane is nose down between 2 homes in the city northwest of Miami. Follow us on Facebook at USA Radio. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
There you go. Yeah, dial up that number. We've cleared the phone lines. There you go. So we're wide open for the first time here on a Tuesday morning. Yeah, I said last week when I shared the initial story, at the time we didn't know, I said, kind of sounds like maybe a disgruntled employee kind of situation. The man accused of setting multiple Swift trucks on fire across 8 states. Jailed indefinitely now after investigators discovered $200,000 in cash duct taped to the underside of his couch. The Detroit News reporting that the truck driver, Virel Prykop, set fire to trucks as a way to seek revenge against the trucking company, which had a part in sending him to prison several years ago. While investigating his home, investigators discovered the $200,000 in $100 bills duct taped under his couch at his home there in Michigan. He later lied to federal court officials and told them that he was hiding $20,000 in cash, not $200,000 in cash. Now, after the discovery of the cash and the subsequent lie, U.S. Magistrate Kimberly Altman concluded that this guy's a danger to the community as well as a flight risk. He was ordered to stay in jail indefinitely as of last Thursday. Yeah, all of that's very concerning and troubling to the court. Yeah, this shows a total disregard for human life and an extreme amount of danger, according to the assistant U.S. attorney. It's almost a wonder to the court how people who were sleeping in those trucks and with those fires that were going on, that no one was actually injured. They locked him into 24 of 25 truck fires, again, across 8 different states. He's now facing between 5 and 20 years in prison if convicted of arson. Arson of property involved in interstate commerce there. So they don't really give any details into how Swift played a role in sending him to prison several years ago. I'm assuming had something to do with them maybe being an employer of his. I'm not exactly sure, but I guess in time we'll find out more. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Who we got on board at this point in time?
Yeah, hello?
Eagle is back. Hello, Eagle. Good morning.
Okay, yeah, phone call. Dropped, I was on hold and the phone hung up. But, I'm back on the line again. There's a couple of things I wanted to talk about tonight, Steve. I want to say before I get started, before I get on to the politics deal, I want to say people in the world, they need to wake up, even, and realize that we're in some very difficult times. I don't know. I heard some very disturbing news, and I read something. I'm just gonna say the year 2023. Just keep your eyes open in 2023 for the whole. If we make it to that year, just keep your eyes open real closely on the next year. What transpires, it's not looking too good. And the reason why I say this, Steve, is further evidence that we're definitely in the end times. You've been talking all week long. And last week about the Mississippi River. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, I've seen and heard some very disturbing things about that in the past couple of days. I've seen a photograph. Like I told you, I drove across the Mississippi River in certain 2 or 3 points in the last couple of weeks, and I noticed that in West Memphis, Arkansas, when you go across the bridge on Interstate 40, now at some point, now they're saying, Steve, that at some point to the Mississippi River, and I don't care what that's not a coincidence. In some parts of the Mississippi right now, you can walk across. You can literally walk across the Mississippi River. Did you hear what I just said? Mm-hmm. Now, that's something that happens in biblical type times when you hear about people being lakes drying up, when you're able to literally walk across a place where water used to be at. That's not a coincidence. There's something not right about that. And it's not just at one point at the Mississippi River. It's at several points in the Mississippi River where you can literally walk across. Okay, a couple of weeks ago they had the hurricane. People, they didn't take notice with that. When all the water went out of the bay, you could literally walk across the bay down there in Florida. The whole thing. Yeah, the water came back, but it went away. And there's a certain story in the Bible that tells about something like that happening, where the water opened up like that. These things are signs from God. This is not no isolated incident. Like I say, the world, they seem to not notice these things. They seem to take it for granted. But they better open up their eyes and realize that it's occurring. nothing. Same thing out there in Las Vegas, Steve. Lake Mead disappearing out of Lake. They found dead bodies and everything.
Yeah, and Eagle, I'm not sure where you're at this morning, but yeah, I think that maybe that's why you dropped your cell a little bit earlier, because you're kind of like in what do you call it, the dead zone, right? All right, maybe if I don't know if he's moving or sitting still. Typically sitting still when he dials us up, so just in a bad zone tonight. So it's wide open lines at 844-3388. All right, Ron Johnson of Wisconsin, the senator, spoke this past day. He said, you see how tight so many of these midterm election races are. Now, he said they wouldn't even be close if we didn't have this highly biased media. Johnson detailed his own re-election campaign against Democrat opponent Mandela Barnes, as well as several other competitive House, Senate, and statewide elections coming up next month. To which he said, quote, "We have a highly biased media. Very few journalists anymore. Yeah, it's more like they're advocates now. So when they interview with me, they don't interview me, they argue with me. And they argue from the viewpoint of the radical left. When most Americans get their news feed from the big tech social media giants who are highly biased to the left, this is what ends up happening. Yeah, these races in the same world with an unbiased media, these races wouldn't even be close." Now, right now, he leads Barnes, according to the polls, by 2.8 percentage points. That's in a Real Clear Politics average of polls conducted so far. He also commented on former President Barack Obama's support for his opponent in the race. Yeah, they're playing the politics of personal destruction because they cannot run on the Democrat record. Remember, it was President Obama who first said he wanted to fundamentally transform America. So did Joe Biden say that. Yeah, we're finally seeing what that looks like. 40-year high inflation, record gas prices, skyrocketing crime, an open border, the flood of deadly drugs. So yes, they're fundamentally destroying this country. And, well, on a brighter note, talked earlier about screwing around in the lab with the COVID. Why they're doing that, I don't know. But here comes some of which could be good news in the offing here. Now, of course, they tell us the vaccines have been very effective in keeping people from getting severely ill, right? But they've required different boosters to try to keep up with all the different variants that have popped up. Now, they tell us researchers have discovered an antibody that neutralizes all known COVID variants. The antibody, called SP1-77, is the result of a collaborative effort from researchers at Boston's Children's Hospital and Duke University. Results from the mice studies they've conducted were recently published in the journal Science Immunology. They look rather promising, they tell us. Now, what does that mean? Well, to have an antibody that can neutralize all variants of COVID, and what kind of impact would this have on vaccines in the future? Here's what you need to know. What is SP1-77? It is an antibody developed by researchers that so far can neutralize all forms of SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes COVID-19. It was created after researchers modified a mouse model that was originally made to search for broadly neutralizing antibodies to HIV. which also mutates. Now, the mice used in the study have built-in human immune systems that mimic the way our immune systems develop better antibodies when we're exposed to a pathogen. They inserted 2 human gene segments into the mice, which then created a range of antibodies that humans might make. They were then exposed to the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein, which is the virus used to latch on to your cells. They produced 9 different families of antibodies that bound to the spike protein to try to neutralize it. These antibodies were then tested, and one of them, which was the SP1-77, was able to neutralize the alpha strain, the beta, the gamma, the delta, and all of the Omicron strains. So every strain from first to current, including the currently circulating ones of COVID. Now, the antibody works in a slightly different way than many of the antibodies people make to vaccines. They break it all down, how it has to, the virus bonds to the ACE receptors. So what does this mean for the future of vaccines? Right now, they say it's not clear, but it is important to note this research was done in mice, not humans. Studies on the antibody are ongoing, but it's the early stage proof of concept work to illustrate that broadly neutralizing antibodies can be generated, at least in the mouse model, according to the infectious disease expert at Johns Hopkins Center for Health. This kind of work, if it can be replicated and expanded, could actually form the basis of new monoclonal antibody products as well as a vaccine. Experts say that a vaccine that could take out all variants would undoubtedly be welcome. We'd love to have one that is active against all circulating variants, including those yet to come, because the mutations are still happening. It would be essentially the holy grail of vaccines. That could potentially mean we'd only have to get like a booster shot, say once a year, maybe even less frequently, depending on how long protection from the vaccine would last. They do not say anything about having any sort of like the mRNA technology involved with this new discovery that they've come through with. But all right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, who's got a bucket list? Things you really want to do. Yeah, this guy's bucket list includes several pretty profound goals. Donald Lawson will wake up early next year alone on a fast-moving boat with the head sail line in his hand. He'll check the radar and the weather displays, scour the ocean for signs of trouble. Despite having slept no more than 30 minutes, he'll rise, begin making adjustments. As his boat glides through the Southern Ocean, his plan is to circumvent the globe. Now, it's been done before, but he'll have miles to go before he can sleep again. He's a sailor from Baltimore. His bucket list, he aspires to set 33 solo records over the next decade. His first goal, though, becoming the person to sail fastest, solo, and nonstop around the world in a boat no longer than 60 feet. The current record is 74 days. He believes he can do it in 70 or less days. That would break the American record of 107 days, and he'd be the first African-American sailor to do it ever. But he'll have to battle the extreme monotony of solitary life and the treachery of the unforgiving ocean when he embarks from Honolulu, Hawaii, and is slated to leave in February. Now, they say to date only about 200 people have sailed the world solo, nonstop. Keep in context, less than roughly 600 people have been to outer space, and there's been about 4,000 who have climbed Mount Everest. So this particular task, even fewer have done this. But he said since he was a kid in West Baltimore, he's wanted to sail around the world. For years, he's been planning this pursuit. Said he found the right boat this year, a racer designed using the same technology as Formula One cars. He says it is the fastest of its size in the world. He named his boat Defiant. Sailing solo over a long distance, though, can be life-threatening, obviously. It requires the ability to focus for months, a knack for operating on very little sleep as he sails south of Chile, Africa, Australia, then turns north for the return to Hawaii, during which time he won't be able to sleep for longer than a half hour at a time. Now, that's the part I can't imagine. 30 minutes? I mean, can you even fall asleep in 30 minutes? But obviously, you can't fall asleep for hours out there all alone in the middle of the ocean. You don't know where you'll end up. I don't know. Fascinating story on the lighter side. Quite the bucket list for that guy. Would that be big, sexy, and the host of characters?
Well, hey, say, Steve, Big Sexy's on here somewhere. I don't know what happened to him.
Yeah, I'm here.
He's slacking on the job. We're going to pull his union card. I will chime in there, Steve. That guy think he just breaking the record there. I flew around the world solo one time, never left the 84 truck stop in Casa Grande, Arizona, man. I tell you what, I got a hold of some of that peyote.
Uh-huh.
Bon ton roulette, as the Cajuns say. Now, Big Sexy, what was that you was wanting to tell Steve?
Slept since then.
He done forgot.
Huh?
He done forgot.
Done forgot. Oh, no, he was bragging about his football team earlier, and he said he was going to have to call and tell you about it. I thought he was going to do it, but I guess he ain't.
Oh, we beat BYU. I mean, is that what you're talking about? I mean, only won one after losing 3 in a row.
I was going to say after losing, I couldn't remember if it was 2 or 3 in a row. Yeah.
It was 3 in a row. The monkey gatherer won't let me forget it.
They finally paired him up with Aunt Millie's preschool pee-wee football team, and they actually won one.
Yeah, boy.
Well, we're going to win again this week, too, because we got a bye week.
Are you playing the 5th graders at Truman Elementary?
We don't play at all.
So what'd you think? What'd you think of the Tennessee-Alabama game, Big Sexy? Were you pulling for Tennessee?
Yeah, I wanted Tennessee to win that. I know.
All right, say it again.
Basketball court after beating number 1 Auburn.
Okay.
That fine keeps progressing. Next, they got 100,000 this time. The next time it'll be 250,000. It keeps going up.
For taking down the goalposts?
For storming the field. It don't matter whether you take down the goalpost or not.
Just storming the field.
If the fans storm the field, the school gets fined.
Oh, boy.
But we got a booster that writes checks for it every time.
That fine don't seem hardly fair that if the fans storm the field. Now, what if that happens at an Arkansas game and both of the fans kept out on the field and it's still $100,000? If both of them jump the fence?
It'd be $250 for us.
$250?
$250,000.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you're right.
But we got a booster in Jerry Jones that likes writing those checks. You know, he played for Arkansas.
Well, gentlemen, let me take care of I got to take care of business here, as I say. I'll come back right after a quick timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Yeah, that's where we get to cue the microphone. It's the $1,000 daily driver bonus giveaway. Your chance to win $1,000. Compliments of TNCRadio.live and Hot Shot Secret. All right, you need a keyword. Looking here, I see a keyword. This keyword has been used before in the contest a couple weeks ago, I believe it was. Splurge. I'm sorry, that was last night. It's wallet. Take that back. Splurge was last night. It's Tuesday. The keyword is wallet. Open your wallet and put in $1,000. W-A-L-L-E-T, wallet. That's our second keyword this morning. Now you'll have additional keywords coming up. 10 a.m., 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Simply go to tncradio.live or use the tncradio.live app. Enter your keyword, your chance to win $1,000. There you go. Coming at 5 a.m., about an hour from now, it's all about the mind, body, and soul on Tuesday mornings. First up, it's Building Strong Minds with Dr. Christopher Kortman. Yeah, you can learn to be stronger mentally. Catch an all-new episode starting at 5 a.m. Eastern. Then it's Hope Svara and the Driver Podcast, as in B-O-D, Podcast. Finally coming up 7 a.m. Eastern this morning, it's an all-new episode of The Trucker's Life from our friends at TFC Global, all on TNCRadio.live. Okay, one more time. Your keyword this hour is wallet. And we'll get our news break, come back with our final hour, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The White House is launching a portal for Americans to apply for the controversial student loan forgiveness program. Speaking from the White House, President Biden describes the program as a game changer for millions of Americans.
No forms to upload, no special login to remember. It's available in English and in Spanish on desktop and mobile. It takes less than 5 minutes.
Nebraska, Missouri, Iowa, South Carolina, Kansas, and Arkansas all sued the administration over the loan forgiveness program. Federal officials say more than 1,000 fake driver's licenses were seized at an airport in Louisville. Authorities found nearly 1,100 fake U.S. licenses, as well as some Australian, Canadian, and even UK licenses. The fake IDs were made in Hong Kong and were being shipped to an address in Cincinnati. Chinese President Xi Jinping asserts full control over Hong Kong in remarks to Communist Party leaders. He also weighs in on the possibility of taking over Taiwan as well. On Fox News, Florida Republican Congressman Michael Walz says if the United States doesn't take action soon, Taiwan could end up like Ukraine.
We face a very real chance of Taiwan becoming the next Ukraine within the next 5 to 10 years. Chairman Xi right now is making that very clear that he's going to do it one way or another. So the question is, are we running out of time from the United States standpoint to deter that from happening?
Apple is expected to unveil its new iPad Pro in the next few days. Bloomberg reports the newest model will feature the M2 chip, which is used in the current MacBook Air laptop. The upgrade will give the iPad a speed boost of 20%. USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
A Republican senator is accusing the White House of not wanting the pandemic to end.
The team behind him, what I call that cabal in the White House, they have to keep this pandemic going so that they can spend more taxpayer money the way they want to.
Tennessee's Marsha Blackburn claiming the Biden administration is doing so to get more people to vote with a mail-in ballot. A new internet provider may be available in your area.
The next level of internet connections rolls out next month in select cities. Google Fiber is launching 5 gig and 8 gig plans next year. Both tiers will come with Wi-Fi 6 routers and 2 mesh extenders. The 5 gig tier will cost you about $125 a month. The 8 gig tier will cost about $150 a month. Google Fiber customers in Utah, Kansas City, and West Des Moines, Iowa will be able to try out the new tiers as early as next month. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Democratic Senate candidate and Pennsylvania Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman will debate Republican candidate Dr. Mehmet Oz next week. Appearing on Fox News, Dr. Oz explains why the debate is taking place so close to Election Day.
John Fetterman stalled, he obfuscated, he created every excuse possible. Finally, because there was a huge onslaught of media pressure on him, agreed to a single debate as late as possible.
Fetterman is continuing to recover from a stroke he suffered in May. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Technology lets you access a personal trainer from home, like on this exercise mirror.
Less talking, more squatting.
But to keep your hybrid workforce in shape, you need more than technology.
And kick. And jump.
You need PCs powered by Intel vPro, custom configured by CDW. Hardware-based security and remote management make it easy to protect and monitor PCs from anywhere.
Wait, don't turn me off.
Intel vPro makes secure remote management possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Intel Client.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
There we go, final hour underway. Eric, got a long way to go, though. Full hour to fill and room for you at 844-844-3388. So, all right, thanks for hanging in there, gentlemen.
No problem. Hey, Steve, I know you probably already touched on it, but about that Mississippi River I seen earlier where they said it's an ideal thing it's tied the lowest record forever at Memphis today.
You sent me a couple pictures the other day, and I'm thinking there's no way any sort of vessel, barge, or anything else would be. And yeah, the photograph from, was it the Arkansas side looking at Memphis, I think it was. There wasn't any, there was no damn water there. Memphis. There was nothing there.
That's not hard to. I mean, it's more like a ditch instead of a river right now.
Exactly.
I mean, it's not very wide. There's very little barge traffic moving at all on it. They are moving. They're real small ones, you know, not the big tolls like they normally are. But now I don't know if you've seen. I think I shared it to your Facebook page. The casino at Carruthersville, Missouri. It's a boat on the river.
Yeah, they had the gangway is, I mean, big, long, for people to get out to the boat because there ain't no water.
Yeah, the boat's on ground instead of water. I mean, we had some excitement up in our neck of the woods this past couple of days here, Steve.
Yeah.
We had a local investor. I sent you the email on it. They got him back last November. They sentenced him yesterday to 83 years in prison for running one of the biggest scams on the East Coast. But it's a pretty interesting story. You know, I only live about, 3 blocks from the courthouse there. And they was piled in that place yesterday, man. They dropped the hammer on this cat. He had a lot of people that were looking to see him put away for a long time.
So was he like a Bernie Madoff kind of guy trying to take people's money in a Ponzi scheme or what?
Well, it's kind of a complex. He was kind of a smart character, but he wasn't too smart. But he had a company up there in Piqua, Ohio, which is the next town north of us. And the Securities Exchange Commission got after him, and it's something to the tune of like $450 million that come up missing, you know. And he didn't get out of town quite quick enough, and the feds got him. It's been kind of an unfolding melodrama down there by the house, but I don't think he's going to be going anywhere south of London or Lebanon, Ohio for a while.
Okay. Wow.
But anyway, we seen you had open lines there, so we thought we'd chime in and ring your phone a little bit. Let Big Sexy gloat about his warthogs there.
Yeah, right. Okay. Anybody heard from the monkey gouger? Is he back out there yet, or where the hell's he been?
No, apparently he's done talking to us. He don't. I've called and left messages and emails and everything else. He don't want to talk to me no more. Apparently, so we figure he'd come around when he wants to.
Well, you done urinated him off somehow.
Yeah, it must have been or chauffeured his sexual almonds, one of the two. I'm not sure.
Okay.
You know. Yeah, but it's better to be urinated off than urinated on,
That's
unless
true.
Charlene Tilton needs to take a whiz. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, boy.
Keep it twitch spotted, the solid sunny side up, and all that jazz. We 10-10 till we do it again. Come on.
All right. Be careful out there, and we'll chat later. Thank you very much. Have a good morning. Yeah, counting down to Halloween, right? Well, there may be less treats and more tricks this Halloween, which kind of bodes ill for the holiday shopping season. The National Retail Federation estimates that 69% of consumers plan to participate in the Halloween celebration this year. That's pretty good, right? Yeah, that's an increase from 65% last year, and right in line with the pre-pandemic 68% in 2019. Total Halloween spending expected to rise nearly 5% to a record of $10.6 billion. That's up from last year's record of $10.1 billion. Now, that sounds pretty good. Well, until you adjust for inflation. The Consumer Price Index is up 8.2% over the last 12 months. Candy prices are up 13.1%, according to the report from the Department of Labor, which suggests that real spending for Halloween is down 8.1%. Yeah, that spending is spread out over a bigger portion of households. On a per household basis, spending is down by even more. Yeah, consumers plan to spend $100 on average for Halloween candy, decorations, costumes. Although that would be the second highest spending on record, it is last year's $103. So spending's expected to fall nominally as well this year. Some of the economic weakness, they say, can be attributed to Hurricane Ian. Bank of America, who tracks credit and debit card usage, said that Ian caused a collapse in total card spending in Florida, North Carolina, and South Carolina. One of the reasons for weaker consumer spending is probably sticker shock, they say. Faced with higher prices on just about everything, people are pulling back from purchasing. Discretionary spending around holidays, in other words, when we head toward Thanksgiving, the whole Black Friday, the Christmas spending, that's all probably going to be vulnerable as well this year, according to the latest numbers. Hey, good morning, Gary.
Hey.
What's going on?
Morning, Steve. I just figured I'd call in, give a little update on the car. We went to Brainerd, and I didn't run my car in Brainerd. It was pretty cold, but I brought a buddy of mine from Pennsylvania down. He ran his. He done all right, but he hadn't been in his car in a year, so it just mainly give him a chance to get some seat time.
Yeah.
We raced Saturday. We went out, was number one qualifier, and then they rained it out, so it wasn't really exciting.
You've just been on
weekend.
You've had a run of those this summer and now into the fall rainouts.
Yeah, and now is the best time to really go fast. But we race again this weekend at there at Brainerd, there in Chattanooga. They got a pro mod race, so I'm on my way down now. I got to deliver a load, and then I'll run over there in the truck and go race. We race Saturday.
Okay.
It's only a Saturday race, but I'll have. There will be video. I guarantee there will be video of this one. In car and video, the normal video that you usually get to see.
Okay, so in other words, you're saying if Mother Nature participates, that you're ready to hammer down.
Well, it says 5% chance. Now we'll see, but that's what it said. I think it said 5, and then it went to 10, and then within an hour it went like 80%. That down there in Crossville, what the good Lord gives you, you'll take. You can't change that. So, well, it's all loaded, ready to go. All we got to do is unload it. We only made one hit, so one hit it was number one. So can't ask for no more than that. Had a guy break an axle and hit the wall pretty hard. But other than that, that's about it. We just not our year to race, or not nobody's year to race down south a lot. I mean, this is there's been 7 rainouts now.
Wow, I knew you said you've been on a run of a lot of rainouts. Okay.
Yeah, every time we turn around, they have the qualifying, and then it dumps rain, and then they end up canceling it before you even get a race. So
yeah,
it's not been good, but car's in one piece and we're ready to go. So we'll find out. All we can do.
Well, thank you so much for the update, and good luck. If people want to follow you, you got a Facebook page they can check out, or?
Yeah, you can just check out Gary Collins or Skippy's Performance. Either one of them. That's the guy that maintains the car down there and does all the work. So he puts a lot of videos up, and there's actually a guy by the name of Tracy Brown does live feeds of the races. He'll be there Saturday doing a live feed on Facebook. I don't know what time qualifying is, but I'll shoot you a message and let you know what time we're supposed to qualify and what time racing starts. But I know he's going to be there doing a live feed.
Okay.
He was there this week, but not much to video when it's only one pass and you get rained out. But yeah, just look it up on Facebook. Friend me, and
of course I got you.
get all the-
I got you as a friend, and I see some of the videos you posted. And a little bit of the noise from Crossville over the weekend there.
Yeah. Wasn't much to see. All right, buddy. That's all I got. I'll get off here and let you get back to the.
Thank you very much, Gary Collins and his 53 Studebaker. All right. And it's 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, I guess it is Taco Tuesday, right? Happy Taco Tuesday. Truck and Phil checking in via the email, steve@hotshotsecret.com. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. About 6 p.m. last night, that white slushy stuff started. Everything covered in white in northern Indiana. Yes, indeed. Have a safe day. Ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan, and make that flip back once again. Only 69 days till Christmas. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. And then Charmaine, checking in. Hey, Steve, happy belated birthday, and happy birthday to the princess today. Yeah, Steve, I don't do Halloween candy. I buy 5 sets of fruit and veggie trays. Yeah, I have 5 kids with 25 grandkids. Each house gets 2 trays. Yeah, believe it or not, I have grandkids that will not actually eat sweets. Huh. Are you kidding me? Fruits and veggies over sweets? All right. Kind of reminds me. I'm guessing I was maybe 5 years old or something, and trick-or-treating in the neighborhood with my grandparents. Way back when, all those years ago. And we were on a house. I remember the exact house where, trick-or-treat, and this woman was giving out apples and oranges. And, you open your bag. She dropped an apple in my bag, and I kind of looked down. I'm like, what the hell is this? And I'm just a kid. I wasn't thinking otherwise. I reached down in the bag. I pulled that apple out, and I turned around on their porch and whipped it out in the yard, and it hit out in the street. It hit the cement and, burst into pieces. I was there my mom was right there, and they're like, what are you doing? I don't want an apple. I want a treat. Kids will be kids, but yes, I remember the exact home where I did that to this day. Which it's a home we get to pass by every now and again, because it's on the road when I'm taking my grandson, if he misses the bus or whatever, and I have to take him to school. Yeah, we go right past that house. But don't be giving me an apple for Halloween. All right, for our friends north of the border, our Canadian friends, the latest roadside attraction in a small Canadian town known as, is it Cheadle? It's a giant Cheeto in Cheadle. Yeah, the so-called Cheadle hand statue. It's more than 5 meters. It's like almost 17 feet tall. It's kind of a statue of a thumb and 2 fingers holding a Cheetos puff. Yeah, the fingers are covered in the orange Cheetos dust, which now actually has an official name. It's called Cheadle. If you're eating Cheetos, get the orange fingers, it's Cheadle. Yeah, the statue to celebrate the orange bright dust you get on your fingers.
Cheeto fans have always known that the delicious, cheesy dust on their fingertips is an unmistakably delicious part of the Cheetos experience. But now it officially has a name. This is obviously the marketing director for PepsiCo. PepsiCo Foods out of Canada. The brand, it said, we were on the lookout for the perfect home for the statue for some mischievous fun when we came across this hamlet in Alberta, Canada by the name of Cheetle. It's kind of a homonym for the dust Cheetle. I didn't realize, I guess, there are monuments, rather large, unconventional monuments popping up around the world for years now. So Cheetos becomes the latest, making their orange mark in Cheetle, Alberta. All right, fans are being asked to share photos. You have until November 4th to visit the Cheetle hand statue and share photos. What else they got up in Canada? Apparently, Canada's home to several notable roadside attractions. The giant Easter egg in Vegreville, a dinosaur in Drumheller, a UFO landing pad in St. Paul. You got the giant moose statue in none other than Moose Jaw, and many, many more. Well, good morning to our friends north of the border. Hey, it's Tuesday. Morning, Mr. Sommers, and everybody out there in listener land. Time to head into town to get this day started. Hopefully, we'll breeze right through this one. Looks like it's going to be a cold one today here in central Ohio, only talking a high of like 46 degrees. And maybe some drizzle today, according to the local listings. So, yeah, bundle up out there. It's a chilly morning. We haven't really dropped. If memory serves, we were like 37 at the midnight hour. We've been kind of holding steady there. Yeah, now at 36 this morning. Now, maybe time to drop a couple degrees, but by no means are we going to have a hard freeze unless we drop a good 5. Well, hell, it'd be more like 8-degree hard freeze. You got to get down to like 28 for that. So I don't think we're going to see it this morning. I took a whole bunch of the mums, took them into the shelter this past afternoon, anticipating the hard freeze this morning. So I think we've got maybe one more night. Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, supposed to be another cold night. Freeze advisories out once again. All right, meanwhile, it is 844-3388. Yeah, we've talked for years and years. We've had this war on drugs. Well, there is actually the proverbial drug war that is transpiring just across the U.S. border in Mexico, where members of 2 of the rival drug cartels opened fire on one another, literally just miles from the U.S.-Mexico border. And they're opening fire with 50 cal machine guns mounted on the back of pickup trucks to claim dominance over the popular smuggling route there. Yeah, footage provided to Fox News by the Texas Department of Public Safety showing at least 4 vehicles engaged in a gunfight with 50 cal weapons in this border city, directly across the border from Roma, Texas, in the Rio Grande Valley. They identified the rival groups as the Gulf Cartel and the Northeast Cartel. At least one cartel actually had thermal imaging drones overhead monitoring the carnage there.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Ukraine's foreign minister is calling for sanctions on Tehran after Iranian-made drones reportedly killed several people in the capital city of Kyiv. The minister said sanctions would send a strong message to any country thinking about helping Russia in its war against Ukraine. This as the White House is strongly condemning the attack.
We are going to continue to work with our allies and partners. We will continue to impose costs on Russia, hold them accountable, and for its war crimes.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre, Ukraine claims at least 4 people in an apartment building were killed. Federal officials say more than 1,000 fake driver's licenses were seized at an airport in Louisville. Authorities found nearly 1,100 fake U.S. licenses, as well as some Australian, Canadian, and even UK licenses. USA Radio News.
Okay, from the start.
Acerola cherries.
Alfalfa leaf, aloe vera, apples, banana.
Beets, bell pepper, broccoli. Blueberries, blackberries, cranberry.
We make Texas superfood from 55 raw, vine-ripened fruits and vegetables.
Pineapple, sweet potato, papaya, parsley, pear, peach.
In a capsule or a powder, 1 daily dose of Texas superfood delivers the healthy benefits of 55. Count them, 55 fresh fruits and vegetables, and you can see them all on TexasSuperfood.com.
Raspberry, spinach, the nutrients that we need on a daily basis.
Thousands of people benefit from taking Texas Superfood every day. Shouldn't you be one of them? Doctors, pharmacists, nurses, and your grandmother all recommend that you eat more fruits and vegetables every day. So if you can't, won't, or don't, Texas Superfood is made for you.
TexasSuperfood.com. It's borderline shocking how much energy I have. I hope you use me for the TexasSuperfood.com.
Join us on TexasSuperfood.com.
TexasSuperfood.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And after all the time that has come and gone, yeah, we all recall there was this debacle known as the withdrawal from Afghanistan. You recall that? Yeah, what a mess. And I thought it was, time passes, it's water under the bridge, but maybe not. Things might change, especially post-election when the new Congress is seated come January. Representative Michael McCall of Texas this past day sending a letter to the Secretary of State Anthony Blinken calling on his department to preserve any and all records pertaining to the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. McCall is the ranking member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. He said it is impressive that you it is imperative you remind all department employees and officials of their legal responsibilities to collect, retain, and preserve documents, communications, and other records in accordance with federal law, including the Federal Records Act and related regulations. He added that this request should be construed as an instruction to preserve all documents, that this is or may potentially be responsive to a future congressional inquiry, maybe an investigation, possibly a subpoena. This could be followed by subpoenas if Republicans take control of the House in the midterm elections, which all signs point that that's definitely going to happen. The House is almost a given. The Senate, that may be a different story, but McCall told Blinken, preserve electronic messages involving official business that are sent using both official and personal accounts or devices, any records created using text messages, phone-based message applications, or encryption software. Wow. Now, he also asked about requests that he had previously made for specific documents and information related to the evacuation of Kabul, which he says to date, I have not received. Please note, we plan to request further documents regarding specific and troubling activities that have come to our attention. This may also necessitate additional transcribed interview requests. Maybe have not heard the end of the debacle, which was the Afghan withdrawal. Got an email from Wheelchair Dave during the news break there. Steve, did you hear the sad news about the broadcaster Jim Bohannon? He's turned his show over, and doctors apparently have given him 2 months to live. He's a great Christian. God bless Jim and his family. No, I had not heard that. I did a quick search, and I did find from the Newswire this past day that they announced Rich Valdez will be the new host of the Jim Bohannon Show that started yesterday. Apparently, he's a New York area talk show host, Westwood One on-air personality and producer, to continue the program's tradition of bringing listeners a unique blend of breaking news, interesting features, informative reports on a full spectrum of topics each weeknight from 10 p.m. till 1 a.m. Eastern Time. So, no, I had not heard about Jim Bohannon. I'm very familiar with Jim over the years. No one could ever fill Jim's shoes, but I consider it a blessing, a great honor to be part of the next generation of late evening talk show hosts following the tradition of Jim Bohannon and Larry King. That's what Valdez had to say. His first guest, I guess, yesterday was none other than talk show host Mark Levin. Valdez served as the associate producer. He was a regular guest host on the Mark Levin Show. All right, so Jim Bohannon. Sad to hear that. I guess, cancer? Is that the word? Doesn't really specify in this story, but Thanks for the heads up there. Wheelchair Dave, good to hear from you. Hey, good morning, Kentucky Ken. How the heck are you?
Oh, I'm just living the dream. Living the dream, my man. I sent you a picture when I got up this morning in Slade, Kentucky, which is down there at, the where they had the caves and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It was flipping snowing out there, man. I'm like, come on.
Right?
It was coming down pretty good. I shot you a picture on Messenger, but no, I'm in Lexington now. I just had to pick up some paperwork and going to get a shower and fuel up, and I'm headed now to Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. I just want to say good morning to everybody. And how's your morning going? How's it up in Greater Cincinnati?
It's not too bad. I mean, we're holding it 36, kind of cloudy. I haven't really had any precip. I did see a few sleet pellets yesterday afternoon before I headed off to bed.
Wow.
Yeah, there is I guess you may encounter a few flurries. Looks like between Louisville and Lexington, there's a few flurries this morning. A little bit of snow up toward Bloomington, Indiana as well.
Wow. Yeah, it's a little early for it, but I guess we got to deal with it. But everybody be safe out there. Just wanted to say good morning. Tell Princess happy birthday. I'm sure you will. And enjoy the day.
Safe travels as you head toward Oklahoma City. Kentucky Ken is listening in, as he likes to say, right? All right, yeah, I mentioned last week the spotted lanternfly, apparently spotted in some of the local media outlets kind of highlighting this local Channel 5 this past evening, confirming, yes, a small population of the invasive insect has been spotted in the Cincinnati area. The Ohio Department of Agriculture has confirmed the new population of spotted lanternfly. They continue to monitor for egg masses. They're asking anyone who spots the invasive insect, take a picture, send it in with location of where it was spotted. Of course, this bug, a native of China, India, Vietnam, but very, very bad for the likes of vineyards, grapes, and other apples, ornamental woody trees. That's what the insect attacks those plants. First detected in eastern Pennsylvania in 2014. They believe it was brought by imported woody plants, wood products, or some other commodities brought in from overseas. They now have established populations in a number of states, including Delaware, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and, of course, Ohio. It's not a strong flyer. It's got wings, but they don't go far with the wings. They hop from plant to plant. But despite their lack of flying abilities, they did say the insect can spread long distances by hitching a ride on your car or your truck or any materials that contain those egg masses. So how do you spot them? They say look for kind of a black, sooty mold around the base of plants or oozing sap that might indicate the presence of the spotted lanternfly. They'll lay eggs beginning in the month of October and right on through the beginning of winter. Those egg masses are small, gray masses kind of protected by a waxy covering. Yeah. Once winter's over, they hatch in the late spring. They go through 4 various nymph stages. During the first 3, they're more or less black with white spots. In that final stage, which is during the midsummer months, they're actually kind of a pretty bug. Red and white dots with black stripes. But during that late summer and fall, that's they're in their adult moth stage. And they're a bit larger, about 1 inch in length, black bodies, the bright, pretty colored wings. If you suspect a spotted lanternfly infestation at any life stage, again, please take photos, collect a sample if possible, report the finding to the Department of Agriculture Pest Control. There you go, spotted lanternfly. Have you ever actually seen those darn things up there in PA?
Oh yeah, we got them here in Maryland too.
Okay.
So they're a quick little jumpy bug. If they're on the ground or something, you try to put your foot on them, they'll jump sideways right out from underneath your foot. So actually, the best thing to do is if you're down there to your 7-Eleven and you get your Slurpee that's got that dome lid on it with a hole that your spoon goes through or your straw goes through. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know you leave that cup, finish your Slurpee there, and you leave that lid on it, and you actually take that cup with that lid and where they are, you put that hole over top of them and put the cup down. And a lot of times they jump right into the cup. But other than that, they're a evasive little bug to try to kill. You gotta be on your game to get them. You can't be sleeping at the switch when you go to. You can't just walk up and just sneak up on one and step on them.
Okay.
So anyways, hey, I guess it's a good thing we're playing the game in New York there, and had a rain delay. They might have had whiteout snow conditions up there in Cleveland there last night, couldn't they? Or even possibly today there. They possibly have whiteout conditions there off the lake effect snow up there off Lake Erie. All this cold air coming out of Canada.
Correct.
So, but anyways, hey, I'm hearing on the news here that the Biden administration here has got a portal and an easy way in English and Spanish that you can go and get your money back for your student loans going on here. They're getting ready to hand the money out. Now, with a couple states having the lawsuit, is this really progressing this way? I mean, are they able to actually start thinking about handing out money and all that?
All I know is, they opened up the website where you can go, and apparently the name, social security number, just a few quick questions is all you can fill it out in less than 5 minutes to say. You submit that. Now, from there, I don't know, can they start divvying out checks? With lawsuits pending, I think, because I honestly believe this is going to be overturned when all is said and done. I mean, it's not, the president doesn't have the authority to spend the taxpayers' money. It's Congress that has to authorize that spending, which has never been done. Not yet.
Exactly. I mean, when the president does an executive order, it only affects the federal things, right? So
correct.
I mean, so yeah, I guess some of this federal some of the money was federal money given out. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see. So
I mean, if they do start sending out checks now, can you imagine getting your check for $10,000? You're getting your $10,000 back, knocked off your student loan. I mean,
don't cash it.
I guess no. It wouldn't be a check though, would it? Because I mean, if you've got an outstanding loan, they're just going to pretty much just wipe $10,000 off the loan. Okay, yeah, so it won't be checks. But then ultimately,
that $10,000 might get put back on later.
That's it. You get your $10,000. You get your statement that, hey, I'm down to $2,000 from 12. Then all of a sudden, 6 months from now, hey, you owe $12,000 again, right?
Yep, exactly. Oh, what a debacle! But they're buying votes right now, so it doesn't matter. Push it through right now before the election to make everybody think they're going to get it, so they'll vote for them.
There you go.
And then pull the cheese away. It's the carrot on the string in front of the mule. And as soon as the mule thinks he's got the carrot in his mouth, well, you jerk it away. So anyways. No, I was pretty pleased to see that debate there with Herschel Walker down there in Georgia. It was actually a decent debate to watch. It is actually what it was about. If you remember listening to the Ranger there, he always says, talk about the issues, talk about your accomplishments, talk about your platform, what you're planning on doing. And that's the way that debate went. We had the governor debate up here in Maryland, and we got this one guy that's a Democrat, and I don't know. He's Marxist socialist all the way, as much as you can be. And and the Republican he's running against, of course, is endorsed by President Trump, so he's a bad man, and that's the way the news has been presenting that. But I mean, it was pretty much just name calling. The debate they had was just pretty much name calling, and anything they said, you know, they just pretty much just slammed what the other one said, and it's like nobody said anything about what they'd done, what their accomplishments were, and you know, and it was just pretty sad to watch. It was so it was nice to see a real debate actually happen. A lot of people could take note and learn what you're supposed to do in politics a little bit there from that one. But anyways, I don't know. We got a chilly night here. We're still about 50 degrees out here. Breezy though. I tell you what, somebody's got the fan turned on there. We got some good wind out here. Flags are right out straight. I imagine all the bridge crossings down here going across the Bay Bridge and up there on 95 across the Susquehanna River there. I'm sure they have their wind warnings up. And they warnings are okay. You can keep going with them. That's when they have the wind restrictions, and that's when they shut everything down there and don't let all the empty trailers, house trailers, and motorcycles and stuff like that across there. But anyways, other than that, things have dried out. We had decent showers through the day yesterday, but other than that, things dried out good, and we're just going along as normal here. So been a pretty good show, and anyways, happy birthday to the princess there. And I don't know, did you say that was a combination dinner thing there over the weekend at the Hibachi, or do you got to go to the Red Robin there or whatever that is?
Roosters. All I know is the plan is that if I don't know if Stephen, my son, or my daughter Beth, if they're going to take her out for dinner. If they don't, my mom's planning to take her out to Roosters later on today. So
there you go.
But I'll be snoozing.
All right.
I ain't going to no Roosters in the afternoon.
I'll tell them to bring you a doggy bag, you and Turbo.
There you go.
All right. You have a good day then. We'll talk to you later.
All right. Thanks. Horse Feathers, he was one of the first to wish the princess a happy birthday. I mean, right after midnight, I think happy birthday to the princess. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's everyday diesel treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, not a whole lot of time left. Real quick, let me get back and see if we can finish up with the Eagle jumping back on board. Go ahead, Eagle.
Yeah, can you hear me better now?
Yeah, we got you. Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, I'll probably have to call back in tomorrow night. But yeah, like I say, I was looking at some more videos while you had me on hold of the Mississippi River. Yeah, Steve. Yeah, this is a lot more serious than what I thought it was. Like I say, the videos I saying they show it slowing down the barge traffic. With a lot of freight goes up and down the Mississippi. From Missouri down to Louisiana and all that. And, the river is, like I say, at some points in the Mississippi, you can walk across. And they were showing in Vicksburg, Mississippi, they got tourist boats that they have, and it's sitting on dry, on sand right now. The boat can't even get up. There's no water for the boat to even get in. So, yeah, like I say, Mississippi is at all-time lows. And I'm trying to see. I don't think it'll ever, like I say, I go across I go to Baton Rouge, a lot down in Louisiana where the Mississippi crosses. I don't know how deep that water is, but I really don't think that it'll get that low down in that area because it's a certain point. But it's really devastating what's going on right now. So hopefully they can get things on track, because they already said in the video I looked at in West Memphis that what naturally they're gonna pass all the expense on to the average everyday person, because they can't get this barge stuff, with a lot of foods, products and stuff. So the people like, the average everyday citizen are going to end up paying more money for food come winter time. So they better hope that this river starts flowing again, and you're going to pay the price when you go to the grocery store. And I'll give you a call back tomorrow. Okay, thanks a lot.
All right, Eagle, thanks for dialing us back up. You have a good morning. All right, so we'll be winding things down. I just pulled up the national weather map, and looking at these the freeze warnings that have now expanded all the way into the southernmost reaches of Mississippi, Alabama. Scroll down and take a look at, literally nearly to the Gulf Coast. We're talking Pensacola, Florida, from Hattiesburg, Mississippi, to Pensacola there in the Florida Panhandle. This would be for Wednesday morning. 1 a.m. till 8 a.m. Wednesday morning, as they anticipate temperatures as low as 30 degrees, way down south. South central and southwestern Alabama, northwest Florida, southeastern Mississippi. Frost and freeze conditions will kill crops, other sensitive vegetation, and damage unprotected outdoor plumbing. So, it's only October, and to see those sort of advisories that deep into the south, you can now move on over to the east for Atlanta, Georgia, over into South Carolina, North Carolina. Freeze warnings and frost warnings on the east coast there, frost advisories, literally all the way over to the coastal areas of North Carolina and eastern Virginia, on up into New Jersey. Wow. Kind of a chilly October. All right, we'll close it out there for a Tuesday morning. Have a great day. We'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight. Hope you'll join us for the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. above. 'Cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but